Or it's an error of service again, giving that point away to the prison side. It is Immaculate Chemutai there, the left-handed opposite. Gives away that point.
Another error in service. We have seen in the past that such errors come to literally cost the team towards the end of a set. You do not want to concede the first set.
Yesterday it was extremely evident in the match between Trailblazers and nice block there from, again, Anne Lowem. Played from the backcourt there, Simeo. But it's not enough. Lois Simeo sends that ball flying out of court.
And that's the replay of that.
Beautiful, beautiful set. But again, Meldina Sande there, giving away that point quite easily. The margin continues to narrow.
And this one there serving for Kenya Pipeline. Wanyama receives it. Joy.
Still in play, played from the backcourt. Loem picks it. It is Lusenaka and then Sande bringing in that power.
Not the best of sets.
And it hits the antenna there. Immaculate Nekesa. I believe she leads the national team, Malkia.
Currently she is the first setter, I think, for the national team.
So that
assisted
team
by Esther Mutinda.
Has quite some experience in the...
Very, very good experience. Meldina
carrying that
it,
national
Joy.
assignment there. Joy again with that attempt. It is Lusenaka, I believe. Meldina Sande again picks it this time around.
That change.
And Laureen Chebet there with that touch out.
Laureen is a seasoned center blocker, but can also double up as an opposite, as she has played in the past. So I think that gives her an edge above most center blockers, because she's effective in two positions, which can come in handy whenever there's a tie.
Nice service by Loem.
Beautiful block by Meldina Sande.
Tuka there, Triza trying that three ball there, but Meldina has been... She seems to be on fire.
She seems to be on fire.
And that combination there between Sande and, just Laureen Chebet, who has that unending fighting spirit in the game. I think that explains why we have a 6-point difference between these two teams here. Remember, the match is now live on the Homeboys TV YouTube channel, as well as the HBTV television channel. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what your predictions are for this first semi-final of the Kenya Pipeline at 50 Volleyball Club Cup Championship. He's playing now at the Kasarani Stadium.
It's important to note that the current head coach, Kenya Pipeline Company, was a former player for the same team for a very long time. It's encouraging to see that transition actually happens for the players. After they finish playing, they can actually take up positions in the technical bench. Pamela with a beautiful, beautiful hit.
Talking about that transition, it's actually good to see that they are handing down that mandate to the next generation to be able to lead. And I think at some point tomorrow we will see the legends, if you may, playing just before the finals of the women teams. It is still in play. They pick it. There is a net touch by Laureen there. She is very honest there to say that she did touch that net.
Well, currently the points stand at Prisons Kenya 12, Pipeline trailing at 8 points. We are keen to see whether...
Laureen goes for it. Elizabeth picks it. Is it Loreen again?
Meldina.
It is Meldina with that
Agrippina with
powerful
that beautiful pick.
Pamela Adhiambo again.
The power behind
The
that
signature
ball.
energy.
A lot of energy behind
And a
that
very
ball.
powerful
Wanyama
jump.
could not stop her.
Look at that. Kesa with the service. There's a problem there with the passing. Meldina, the libero seems to have mastered the direction of that ball from Meldina. It's quite a lot of power, but she's still been able to pick it. That's the third one. Pipeline reducing that margin
Drastically.
from 6 points to 2 now.
A lot of effort from Kenya Pipeline there.
They have forced Kenya Prisons to go out on that timeout. Each team now has a timeout each.
Pamela is proving to be really, really useful on that left position. From the point that rotation was made, I think she has made all the points up to this point. We are waiting to see whether that momentum will be broken. That required the coach to call the timeout. The assistant coach currently, Kenya Prisons, Azenga, who required to call that timeout because things were getting very hot.
And yes, as you say that, I think there's been a challenge in that backcourt by Kenya Prisons because it's been the same place, the same hit, but they haven't been able to pick it up. Lusenaka there cheering Loreen and Meldina on.
And we're down to just 1 point. Prisons leading 1 point from 6 points. They are really, really going to regret that because you do not give away so many points after having such a huge advantage. But in the game of volleyball, literally anything is possible. Not the best of receptions. Wavinya with that simple spin. Will it cost them?
Very nice. Beautiful block from Meldina there against a seasoned Atuka.
The current All-African Games best blocker. She was awarded that in the just concluded All-African Games that were in Ghana.
Lusenaka attempts to pick that. It is Meldina and she
taking
finds
that
that space at the backcourt of the Kenya Pipeline side. There was literally no one in that space. They have sort of widened that gap again, Kenya Prisons. Lusenaka with a service, able to pick it up. Are they able to action? Pamela sends it flying. She's in disbelief. Hitting that ball from the backcourt. No, she's actually...
I tend to think that, and you can confirm this, that Pamela's hits are not as effective on the backcourt as they are on the front court. So you want to utilize her on the front court as much as you can. Not the best set. Again, Meldina fighting Kasaya.
Was there a net touch?
It seems
like
not.
There was a Chemutai there with that left hit.
Ball is still in play. Simiyu still
Loreen
in play.
picks it. Meldina Sande spins it.
Simple spin.
Gets that point. The coach celebrates that. I think today we are going to see a lot of that from Meldina. And considering the fact that at some point Kenya Prisons had a lot of their players on leave, and we've seen most of them back on court now. Talk about Chemutai Immaculate there, Meldina Sande herself. We actually have quite a number even in their bench there.
In their bench that took some form of break during their period of play. But it's good to see them back on form, good to see them fighting. Remember, both teams will be taking
picks
part.
it. Meldina Sande.
Well saved
oh,
by
that
Pamela.
is quite a save by Pamela there.
Will it
It's
be
been very agile. It is Sande again. Immaculate rather. Chemutai.
Nice save.
Joy Lusenaka.
Still in play.
Atuka.
Simiyu.
It is still in play.
Still in play. Wavinya.
Wavinya goes for it.
Top of the net. Well, there's a call that the referee should have made.
They feel like that call should have been made, but both referees watched.
I think the excitement of the match. The match got too exciting, and that is the captain, the playing captain, Joy Lusenaka, making that complaint. The player, Immaculate Nekesa, is a backcourt player, and an attempt to touch that ball while it was flying across the net was wrong. Nonetheless, Prisons gets that point.
It's 5 points.
Another error in
4 points now. But that was such a beautiful rally there.
Interesting rally.
So much so that the referees
they did get carried away.
Got carried away. Africa's best blocker with a service, it's Wavinya. Ball is still in play.
Kasaya.
Who is it going to be? Oh, that was quite a fight. And the coach having a conversation there with Wavinya because of that pass that...
I think the anticipation for Loreen was a bit off.
Wavinya sort of reclaims that point.
Indeed.
With that block touch. That flies way out of court. Remember, this is the first semi-finals of the Kenya Pipeline at 50 Volleyball Cup Championship. It is playing here at the Moi International Stadium, Kasarani.
Kiei with that serve. Lois Simiyu.
Nicely blocked.
Still in play, Simiyu.
Loreen picks it up. Lusenaka will trust Wavinya, sorry.
There's a touch on the net.
There is a net offense there. Loreen goes to serve.
A wonderful serve by Loreen.
Nice service.
Not sure about, yes,
it goes out of court. And Kenya Prisons are running away with this set.
Literally running away. We are back to that 6-point lead. And Esther Jepkosgei, the coach, Kenya Pipeline, had to call that timeout because things clearly are not looking so good. Interestingly also is the fact that a good bunch of the players on court, the starting 6 for Kenya Pipeline, have been featured in the just concluded All-Africa Games. And it's interesting to note that even with that, and with the experience that Kenya Prisons brings on board, this year around, the All-African Games did not feature any player from Kenya Prison Service. I don't know whether it's a challenge, like they're trying to prove a point, or it's just the excitement that comes to the game. Because yesterday, the match between Kenya Prisons and Kenya Commercial Bank was a very tight one, with Kenya Commercial Bank, of course, running away with it at 3-2. So anything is possible in this match.
Yes, it's literally anyone's for the taking. We cannot predict whoever will win it at this particular point in time. But knowing what we've seen in the previous matches, especially pitting these two and KCB, like you said, we expect that it's going to be a heated match. On the other side, at the Nyayo Stadium, the quarterfinals between Trailblazers Volleyball Club and AP Kenya has ended with a win to the TVC side, 3-1.
Wavinya, that's diagonal.
Libero Agrippina Kundu has been very effective.
Another error on the net.
Very effective. Picking that ball from that position there. She's been able to pick those attacks from Sunday, Meldina, and now Wavinya, but there was a net offense. Loreen again. Pamela flies. And no one is able to retrieve that attack.
And there it is,
like you
a
said,
substitution.
that attack from the backcourt.
I think that is the first we've seen that is as effective. And
Yes.
coach playing some game there and changing the line of attack to 3 attackers in front, with the setter stepping out, and in place Naomi To gets in, and Lois Simiyu steps out, and in comes Rose Magoi, who is now the setter in place for Immaculate Nekesa. Simple point there by Anne Loem.
And Loem, that coordination there between Loem and the captain, the playing captain, Joy Lusenaka. Immaculate Chemtai.
And it's just 2 points shy of calling it a set for Kenya Prisons. A huge margin there.
Such a margin there. Agrippina Kundu picks it, Magoi. And again, that hesitation by Wavinya there to actually attempt defense, leaving Anne Loem alone there. She couldn't stand a chance against Lydia Iswanya.
Easily picked by...
Again, Pamela. I think if Prisons Kenya are not able to actually make use of some of these outside, those side outs, then we just might see Pipeline bridging that gap again.
It is possible.
Because
it has
Pamela
been done.
right now is in the front court.
She is, and as we've seen...
Or they give away that
and that is a
easy
costly
point,
mistake.
because it effectively ensures that Kenya Prisons step into the set point.
And it's Wavinya for the taking.
Agoi trusts Pamela again. This time
Well
around,
picked by
it is
Sandui.
picked by Sandui. Not the best set.
Simple finish. It will
But
be
it will
Pamela once again.
Still go to Pamela.
And this time round,
This
there's
time
a
around,
block.
she's stopped by
Simple finish.
Simple finish. Who is it going to be? It is Sunday
Medina,
for the
definitely.
finish. Yes, it is.
And it's done.
Meldina Sunday donning jersey number 14 for Kenya Prisons, making that 25 for Kenya Prisons and 17 for Kenya Pipeline.
Wonderful,
Florence.
wonderful start for the Prisons Queens, as they fondly call themselves. And it's a chance for most of the players, a lot of young players on court today. The coach deciding to bench the experienced players and giving a chance to the younger players to prove their worth. Same case for Kenya Pipeline. That change with Magoi coming on court, a very experienced setter, making some form of impact on that part of the set. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough, because we know that if a good team is on the lead, they will do everything to make sure they maintain it. We foresee a case where a possibility actually where the coach might start Magoi on, because clearly from the look of things, that coordination between Nekesa and the players is yet to be. Remember that she was formerly, just recently in the last season, she featured for Kenya Commercial Bank. Magoi has gelled with the players. She's stayed with the players for long. So I'm foreseeing a case where she will be played from the start, unless Esther Chepkosgei decides otherwise.
Well, we wait to see. The first set ends at 25-17 in favor of Kenya Prisons. And we're going to run the replays there, as we also try to listen into those conversations there by the coaches of either side, as we wait to see the changes that they make in their squads.
And Masiwe Situla, the lady who has been on screen right now talking, was a former player of Kenya Pipeline Company, and also a seasoned libero in the national team. We've seen a wealth of players, I think.
Yeah. Back to highlights. We'll be back shortly. TVC. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first semi-finals of this Kenya Pipeline F50 Cup Championship. And it is between Kenya Pipeline against the arch rivals, if you may, Florence, Kenya Prisons. As it stands, Kenya Prisons have one set, and it's Joy Lusenaka at the service court. Nicely picked there. It is Meldina Sande, who seems to be on top form today.
Unstoppable.
Who goes in with that kill. Such a powerful lineup there.
We are seeing another, once again, Kenya Prisons taking the lead at 3-0. It did start like this in the first set.
Like you predicted, it is Magoi with a start there. Pamela Odhiambo with that kill, and she goes to serve. Kenya Pipeline's bench being very supportive of their colleagues on court. Immaculate goes for that, and it is Lorraine with that very powerful hit that is deflected all the way down the stairs.
Well, it actually hit the foot of Magoi. She did not expect it. I think it was too quick for her.
Agrippina Kundu
Lois Simiu
goes out of court again. But the first referee thinks otherwise.
And Triza Tuka goes on to serve for Kenya Pipeline. Currently at 2 points against 4. It's a serve on the net.
Today, the best of Africa's middle blocker seems to be... she's not on form, if you may, but we wait to see as the match is still young.
Indeed.
Lauren goes to serve.
Magoi too close to the net.
And
Swan tries to save it, but
Swan
unfortunately
sends it out of court.
And I think the difference or the disadvantage, so to speak, between Magoi and Immaculate is the height factor. Those balls that are looming above the rim of the net being so difficult for Rose to set. But
Meldina picks it.
Agrippina. Lois.
It is actually still in play.
Across the net. It's a block by Wavinya. It's going to be a simple finish.
And it is a beautiful, beautiful block from that dynamic duo of Anne Loem and Immaculate Chemtai. It is a 5-point lead for Prisons Kenya. Look at that replay there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful finish there. Lorraine again goes to serve, but it flies out of court.
There seems to be another change. Possibly to cement the block defense for
well, it's
Pipeline. The youngster coming on court.
It's Daisy Chepkorir.
Daisy, one of the young players we're seeing for the side.
Sets it for Daisy.
It's a challenge.
And the challenge is that Joy Lusenaka is in the backcourt at the moment, and she might have just stretched a little too high. Picked by Elizabeth, but it's not sufficient. Nevertheless, they make use of it. Wavinya, Daisy hits it hard on the net.
And that change not being as effective as it's supposed to be, let's call them the jitters that she came on court with. She should settle in well in time. Immaculate Chemutai serving for Prisons Kenya. Not the best.
And it is an ace off of the hands of Pamela Adhiambo there, who's not able to pass that ball effectively to Magoi, the setter.
And she does feel
that she's being encouraged there to pick the next. It is Pamela again with that poor reception. Daisy, it's nicely picked there. Wavinya goes in hard. Oh, the way it is picked has quite an issue. The referee decides that there was a problem with how that ball was picked up there, giving that point.
She did
to
use
Kenya Prisons.
both hands, but separate. You would expect both hands together.
Yes.
But again, it was a desperate attempt to save that ball, looking at the scores. Huge margin.
It was a close one from Chemtai there. At least we've seen a reduction in the number of errors in service in this particular set.
Compared to the first set, yes, there is a reduction.
Kenya Pipeline 5, Kenya Prisons 10. Prisons with a solid lead. Daisy goes for it. And Anita Loem
making
stretches
that
back quite a bit, but is still able to make that kill. Something is happening today that hasn't happened in a while.
A very long while. And there is some form of disappointment, so to speak, on the technical bench, Kenya Pipeline. Not quite the performance I expected, not quite the challenge and fight that was expected for this particular match. I'm sure most people would expect some form of fight, and looking at scores like would get to 23 or 24-24. Unfortunately, that is not what we're seeing right now. There seems to be a problem in the Pipeline camp. I'm not sure what that is, but nonetheless, Prisons is having a field day.
Well, like we said yesterday, you see the first set sort of determines the trajectory of the remainder of the sets, unless, you know, the other team on the other side of the net is able to pick up their momentum. The fact that Pipeline were not able to make a kill in the first set, it is Meldina now who goes for that kill.
Meldina. Sensational to see this Meldina.
Coordination there. She picks that dodge, passes that ball to Lusenaka, who then delivers it to her for the kill. They are making another change, Kenya Pipeline.
And this one
steps out for Sinaida, Yvonne
Sinaida, another one who was put out by a nasty knee injury, but she's back once again.
Agrippina, Pamela, this time around again.
It's going to be Pamela.
And Lusenaka are able to stop her this time around. Such a beautiful display today.
Wonderful
from
display.
That defense line by Kenya Prisons. And they are running away with this set again, Prisons. She sends it out of court.
There's a net touch.
But
there's a touch on the ball.
I actually thought that would be a net touch.
There didn't seem to
be. They complain a bit, Kenya Prisons, but the first referee has the final say.
And looking at how Prisons is playing today, they seem relaxed, they seem composed, and every department is functional.
It's actually functional, yes.
Especially the frontline defense. It has really
not the
earned
best
them a lot
pick. Still in play. Atuka gives it away.
Dodge.
Is there a net touch?
There's a net touch once again. Loem feeling the heat of that mistake.
Still 6 points away. We make another change. Kenya Pipeline
Lydia To steps in for Lois Simiyu. Naomi To, I beg your pardon.
3 changes so far, Kenya Pipeline. Trying to see which combination would work to deliver the much needed win. Meldina. Oh, it is Meldina again.
And that
she is flying way above Magoi there.
Way above Magoi. She really capitalized
making
on
that beautiful finish. And Loem goes to serve. Pipeline at the halfway mark in as far as the scores are concerned compared to Atuka. Sends it flying. Again, she hasn't yet found her footing, Atuka, in this particular game.
We have seen those attacks being effective in the past. Not sure why it's really not coming up in this match.
And also I think considering that Pamela has not been as effective, well, she is able to split that block there by Joy Lusenaka and Laureen Chebet. But we have seen Magoi trying to diversify those attack lines there. Meldina Sande.
Agrippina picks
by
it
Agrippina.
Easily, not the best of sets.
To gets it. Laureen
tries to save it. Pamela
goes in hard. Immaculate. Is it? Meldina Sande again. Kundu. Still picked.
Still in play.
Meldina Sande again goes for the kill.
Goes out of play.
And just watches as it goes back to her direction.
Enjoying.
But out of court. She is doing exceptionally well today, Meldina.
Really loving what she's doing today.
You can sense some, desperation on the side of the Kenya Pipeline players. Just as ease, the bench is quite cold now. Pamela, what a block there. Let's wait for that replay there so that we're able to see how that happened. Magoi trusts that Pamela will deliver, but then Laureen Chebet stretches beautifully. And ball lands back on court.
Well set by Atuka.
Pamela again. Nice set there from the middle blocker. Quite a margin. 8 points now.
Well, it's really for Prisons to take, but knowing how the game is played, it's possible.
Another change has been made there. Magoi steps out for Nekesa.
Nekesa back on court.
We saw her play most of the first set.
Agrippina really asking her to...
Nicely picked by Immaculate. And Laureen
again,
goes
that
to...
snap of the ball.
The pass was almost, crossing the net. Lusenaka stretches up, and Laureen is just right at the right point to, finish it off. The lady who's on top form this beautiful afternoon. Look at that.
Wonderful attack.
Wonderful finish from Pamela. Again, I think it is the second that we have seen.
She does
beautiful pipe from the backcourt, of course.
And with that kind of jump, that kind of spot jump, you can be sure that it's going to be a very strong kill, having known the power she puts behind the ball.
Wavinya, it's not the best pick. Pamela goes for it.
Laureen.
And Laureen, it is still in play. Goes out of court.
That is possibly the first hit that Naomi has made.
Yes.
Since she came on court.
It's 9 points now. Kenya Prisons just a point shy of the 20-point mark.
A huge margin.
Nancy there. It's Pamela again. It's on court. Playing really beautifully from the backcourt. Coach Azenga of Kenya Prisons cheering the ladies on. Toe with that service. Nicely picked. And Lowem sort of sends it flying out of court. 7 points. And closing in, Kenya Pipeline. Unless Kenya Prisons are able to do the needful, it is Wavinya who gets that touch out.
Wavinya gets really tactical with her attacks. She never really puts a lot of power behind it, but it's so tactical that if that formation of block is not good enough, you are bound to block it out of court. And indeed, we only seek to get a point, nothing more. It doesn't,
that is the goal, isn't it?
It doesn't matter the power behind that goal.
It is on court, actually. They are not able to defend that Lusenaka-Lowem duo.
And Pamela ushered into the front court. The dangerous Pamela.
They are going to defend this one. It is Wavinya.
Again, with that technical hit.
Oh, they...
Miscommunication. Major miscommunication. I think it's the nerves that are coming into play.
It's 21-13. Such a huge margin. 8 points. Clear. Kenya Prisons and Wavinya ready to serve. Oh, it's not sufficient. Send it across.
I think the third ball Wavinya is putting on the net.
7 points. Quite a margin they've been able to maintain.
A huge margin.
And also considering that Kenya Pipeline have done 4 substitutions thus far. There's no timeout on the Kenya Prison side, no substitution. This tells you that today they are on form. Immaculate.
And
what? That would have been cute.
It would have been actually an instant point.
It would have been nice to...
trajectory of that ball, there was no retrieving that ball.
Wow.
Well, unfortunately, the timing didn't just go as planned. Nonetheless, they still enjoy a comfortable lead of 6 points.
See if they're able to defend that. This time around, it works, actually. The consistency.
It's a huge risk, if you ask me.
Quite a risk, that one. Considering you have a Tuka in the middle there.
Exactly.
She gets that high five from the coach, Lusenaka.
Maybe she took advantage of the fact that nobody would anticipate her to try that again after that major error. Not the best of picks.
Not the best of picks there.
Pamela with a simple spin. Meldina Sunday dodging it. Still in play. Pamela
would go in hard, definitely.
She is known for...
See, that's the thing about giving away those free balls. Because they come back like arrows.
It gets costly, really costly.
Nekesa with the service. It is Wavinya who picks it. And Sunday goes in hard, but it comes back. I think Atuka is getting her mojo back, slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely.
It's 5 points now. Still a comfortable lead for Kenya Prisons, but knowing what Kenya Pipeline can do, it's not the best to do.
Still.
Meldina. Lorraine.
Atuka tried to save that.
They are doing that in very beautiful succession.
Atuka did well to save that ball because
she's been doing really well, Atuka.
Literally leading from the front. She's one of the senior players on court, with Magoi having stepped out in place of Nekesa Immaculate. 2 points shy of taking the second set.
Pamela goes for it, flying. She's able to sort of prevent herself from touching that net, and she goes to serve. 5 points still. Not the best position to be in for Kenya Pipeline. The Oilers really struggling today. And this is their tournament. This is their championship. It's not the best.
To be too low.
Still in play. Toe there finishes really nicely. Meldina again could not get to that defense.
That is the
little disagreement
we are used to, right?
Yes. And they're just 2 points, Kenya Prisons, shy of a win. shy of the second set. What's it going to be? Kenya Prisons. Immaculate picks it.
Beautiful
it is
set.
Sunday. Again, like I said, Atuka seems to be getting her mojo back.
Indeed, she's. For Sunday, I think the opposite position is not her best or strongest position to make kills. Joy Lusenaka is yet to understand that. She's Meldina is more effective on the left side,
of the court, yes.
Not the right side.
It's 23-20. With the Kenya Pipeline, of course, bridging that gap really beautifully from a 6-point difference to only 3 points now. And they are still serving. Kenya Prisons, of course, trying to limit that onslaught that Kenya Pipeline is pulling. Oilers.
Should they pick this set? I think it will work positively on their momentum and morale moving forward to the next set. They have fought hard. At one point, it was 9-point lead for Prisons.
Doing a double change, Kenya Prisons bring in some experience.
Lydia
Mayo coming in for Meldina Sande. It's a change I wouldn't have anticipated at this point in time,
considering that Lydia Mayo is an opposite. And I think that change is really to make that side out, because we have seen good services from Pamela. Mayo's stronghold is the opposite, so she will be trusted with the responsibility of making this point and usher the team into the set point mark.
I think the one who will really make a difference in this particular situation is the setter, to actually know where to set that ball. It is Mayo. Is it a touch out? Look at that. Extremely effective in that role that she's coming to play. And
the referee instructed.
Second referee there.
And it did work.
Showing them the procedure and just how things are done. It's Mayo now. Kenya Prisons at set point. And it is the second time out for Kenya Pipeline. The Oilers have really fought to get back here, back into this game. If they had, gotten to that point and even won the second set, it would have dictated how the next set number 3 would have gone. But as it stands, Kenya Prisons again are on their way to winning this second set.
And interesting that they have fought towards the end of the set. If this energy and tact was applied at the earlier stages of the set, I think we'll be having a totally different conversation right now. Prisons Kenya at set point 24, Kenya Pipeline 20. Mayo with that service.
Pamela again, it's not the best. It is still in place. Oh, Wavinya would have allowed that set to be, that ball to be set. It goes out of court, and my, oh my, that ball, that set is over. But there is a challenge.
There is a challenge, and the referee maintains
that.
The referee maintains that that is the end of the set, asking the players to...
That is the first challenge that we are seeing. It's the first challenge that we are seeing, but it seems the first referee had already indicated that.
Well, this is pure intimidation by Kenya Prisons, crossing the court.
Doing that, it's going to be a common ball.
Signify the end of the set. Not sure what the referee will decide. Mind games.
It's a common ball there. No score given to either of the sides.
The second referee had indicated that there was a touch on that ball. The first referee saw it as not sure what you're doing right now. There was.
Again, Pamela, not.
Simple finish. Wavinya finds it.
Who will finish it?
Joy Lusenaka with that finish. Agripina Will it be?
Chepto, it's still in play.
Will it
Loreen.
be Loreen?
Still in play. Pamela, still in play.
Well played, Wavinya.
Wavinya goes for the finish.
It's on court.
Oh, it's on court.
It's on court.
Beautiful, beautiful rally.
Interesting how Kenya Prisons are fighting. We've had players.
Such a beautiful fight there. Meldina is going to come back on court. Replacing Mayo there. I don't know how effective that is unless it's with the passing. But Atuka goes to serve. It's 21 for Kenya Pipeline and 24 for Kenya Prisons. Any error right now results in an end of this set.
Chemtai. Chemtai is still in play. Atuka sets it.
Atuka with the set. Chepto.
Senaka.
And
well, we could see that
Joy
point,
Senaka trusting Loreen.
That point could have been the lucky point for Kenya Pipeline.
Just might have been the lucky point for Kenya Pipeline. Yeah.
That cancellation of that final point could end up being the lucky point for Kenya Pipeline.
They are definitely coming back. Definitely coming back into this game, Kenya Pipeline.
Well, Kenya Prisons needs to watch out. We have seen comebacks.
I thought this is the second set. I think there's a slight error up there.
I think there was confusion because it was...
Oh, is this
This is indeed the second set. It would have ended at 25-20 if that point was valid. But clearly it wasn't.
Need
we are
to
going to
make an update there
on that.
Currently 22-24.
Atuka with the service.
Still Atuka with the service. Each side has made 4 substitutions. Each side is done with their timeouts. Wavinya. Oh, it is in play.
Major error.
It is still in play. Atuka. It is still in play. Who will it be? Still in play. There is a net touch.
There's a net touch.
And they will regret this, Kenya Prisons, if they lose this set, because then it will mean that Kenya Pipeline will be back in this game. That they had succeeded in sort of killing their morale. But they are picking up really nicely. And it is now a beautiful competition. It is Wavinya. It is on court.
And it's 24.
It's 24 ups. There is no more timeout. They make a change.
There we have it. Praxidis Agala steps in for
Agala
Wavinya.
steps in for Wavinya.
The experienced middle blocker, former captain, Malkia Strikers, dropping up the players.
It's not something we've seen from the beginning of this match. What's it going to be? It's 24-24. And now there's some life in that Kenya Pipeline bench. Meldina again with that error in passing. It is Loreen who sets it. Still in play again. Raxidis sends it out of play.
There is no touch. And for the first time,
Kenya Pipeline
takes the lead. 25.
And it is not just any other lead. It is a set point.
And a major lead right when it counts. I think that act of intimidation by Kenya Prisons.
It is enough intimidation, if you ask me. An error in passing. Atuka. Oh, and she wins it. She wins it, Atuka.
Right from the service.
Such a beautiful win for Kenya Pipeline. Makes it 1-1.
1-1.
And now the games begin.
The game has just started.
Right from the point where, that score
I think
was
Kenya
reversed.
Prisons celebrated early.
Yeah.
Kenya Prisons did celebrate too early.
Look at the way
in this match.
The Legends team, if you may, is celebrating. We are going to take a break for the highlights.
We'll be back for
set number 3. Enjoy.
Watashika point 7 points.
Sinaida. Hiyo tu. Hizi sasa ni reception hii na Naomi kazi yenu hapo. Ni sawa.
Kati tutaweza tuanze mbele sasa.
Yes.
Hiyo same fight.
Hata hao pia nani yao imerudi.
Tusiwache waende tuanze kufuata.
Yes.
Katikati ya block na juu watashika nje. Katikati line. Katikati unaona hiyo mmekuwa rahisi.
Sawa. Guys, let's go. KPC! Yes, we can. Woo!
Welcome back to the third set. And we are off to a very interesting match, Florence, here.
It's really turning out to be what we had anticipated starting
25-17 in the first set. And then you are at 24-20 in the second set. And then the opponent comes from, 4 points down to winning at 26-24.
Actually,
you haven't moved.
At one point, it was literally 12-19. You understand a 6-point margin, and right at the point of getting to the 20-point mark.
Yeah,
I think Kenya Prison celebrated too early, but it turned out to be a really, really exciting and entertaining set. What we really signed up for when we came to watch these matches today, don't you think?
You imagine that change, the point they reversed there was really the lifeline for Kenya Pipeline, and they've made use of that because, they've successively been able to convert those points because you have Atuka there at the service court, and she's been able to serve from 20, from 20 to 26. 20? Ideally, in fact, she did the final hit there.
That was literally not anticipated by Prisons.
6 points successively from the service court and that final hit that gave them that particular set.
She did really deserve that accolade.
Nice
the All-African
block.
Games.
Pamela, oh, they had stopped her. But Wavinya is not able to pick that ball up. It's 1-1 as far as the set scores are concerned. And also the scores here.
With Nekesa with that serve, Joy with the
Tuka.
set. Again.
And Loreen sends that ball out of the blocks.
Pipeline really looking charged up in this third set. Not quite the outfit we saw during the first set. They seem to have mastered and settled into the game. We wait to see how that turns out. Pamela. And she's back.
It is a free attack.
She's back.
Almost looks like a free attack there for Pamela Adhiambo. And Meldina is worried about her safety. But Pamela Adhiambo with that beautiful, beautiful hit. If you look at that replay, she goes to serve. Wavinya with an overpass, a costly overpass at that. For the first time in this match, we see Pipeline leading. And to see the likes of Pamela Masaisai off court, she would have been useful in this game for her side. Loreen, Pamela goes for it, still in play. Loreen again, this time around.
She does get it. And that's just because of some lack of coordination on the part of Immaculate. She had that ball, she just didn't control it to the right position.
3-3, tit for tat here. Pamela with that ball, but it goes out. According to the coach there, thinks that it is out of court, but the line judge thinks otherwise. It's another continuation we are seeing of Pamela hitting that ball from the backcourt and getting those scores right.
I think that comeback really, really brought them back to life.
It did. And it will be to the detriment of Kenya Prisons, who had a very solid lead.
Really solid
lead.
Still
in play. Meldina Sande sends it flying. And it would be the right time to actually make a change, if you may, because if you see her spirits are not as they were in the first set.
Well, the loss of that set really gave a hit to Kenya Prisons in general. We're not seeing them as enthusiastic.
Meldina again with that pick. Wavinya gets it, but there is still a net touch. The side of Tor there.
And
what's it going to be? Let us know in the comment section. The match is live. The HBTV and also on Homeboys TV YouTube channel. You're also aware that on the other side, General Service Unit are playing Trailblazers Volleyball Club in the first semi-finals, I think, on the men's side.
GSU will be playing, I think, Trailblazers in the semi-finals at the Nyayo National Stadium. Source Faith, actually, set scores are Prisons 1 set, Kenya Pipeline 1 set. What is happening right now?
Yes, I think there was an error at some point, but
yes,
this is actually the third set.
This is the third set.
Towards the end of the second set, when that decision had been made, that such a beautiful block from Anloem there. When that decision had been made, the decision that was reversed, that sort of gave the lifeline to Kenya Pipeline, I think already the team in that scoring department had already given that set over to Kenya Prisons, but it is accurate that this is the third set.
A major error there by Yvonne Wavinya.
Shem Kenye unasema awesome set, mpira hudunda kweli. Kwa kweli mpira hudunda, and thanks for joining us. Let us know where you're watching from. And what you think predictions are for this match that we have seen Kenya Pipeline coming from 4 points down to winning a set, leveling up with Kenya Prisons, and right now they're actually 2 points ahead, Kenya Pipeline, in this third set of these first semi-finals. The women's side pitting arch rivals. And like you said, we are going to actually witness a change here, generally in how the match, flows, because if you see that Meldina Sende, who was on fire at the beginning of this match, right now with her hands akimbo,
it's a major,
just standing there in the backcourt. She's actually been relieved of her passing duties.
A major shift in the energy.
The
We're
coach
seeing substitution, Meldina Sande. The referee not quite allowing it.
Second referee. I think already that decision had been made.
She blocks it.
I actually thought there was a net touch, but this is going to go down in history
as one
as
of
a match that of how not to play a match.
Absolutely. You said it. What not to do when you're leading.
Because you lead, you're at set point, and you give it away to a team that is already down by 1 set,
and
they win that set, and it
confident
changes.
Lead.
Yeah,
a 4-point lead at 24, I think, goes to show.
Atuka there. I told you, Atuka has gotten her mojo back. She struggled throughout the first set,
and a better part of the
several
second
errors
set.
in service. She couldn't, perform as she has been known to in the defense department, but she's back. She is back in this game.
Not
nicely picked there by Elizabeth. Lois there.
Smart
Agrippina Kundu with that beautiful attempt, but it's not sufficient to get the ball back on court.
Joy Lusenaka goes on to serve for Prisons Kenya, who currently are likened to a deflated ball. The way they started, the momentum, the energy in the match, currently nowhere to be seen. The shift of energy.
Oh, well.
And all the departments for Kenya Pipeline really functional.
Duo there was not able to finish that off.
Well, Pipeline solid on the lead, 3-point lead right now. And that served
Pamela is not able to...
Giving a point to Prisons.
Trying to be witty there.
Really, they would do anything, literally, to make sure they garner as many points as they can. That 2-point lead is not quite sufficient.
Agrippina Kundu.
There was no block attempt by Loreen. I think they thought that that ball was an over-received ball. They were really getting ready to pick it and translate it into an attack. Pipeline back to the 3-point lead. Atuka with that service.
Immaculate with that left hit. What's it going to be?
There we have it.
2 points now between the two teams, with Prisons trailing now for the first time in this whole match, thus far at least. Pipeline, a 2-point lead. Pamela and Lois had it, but somehow she decided to retreat while picking it. She's given Pipeline their 3-point lead. There's a drastic change in this match.
Major shift.
Oh, she stepped on the other court.
She did cross the center line.
The whole foot actually crossed over. So there's no debate.
Immaculate goes on to serve for Prisons Kenya, who are currently trailing by 2 points. Ball is
Still in play.
Wonderful save by
Agrippina Kundu
Wavinya.
now. Pamela. Oh, yes.
She is stopped. This time round, she's stopped.
Stopped there again by Anita Loem with the help of Wavinya and Lusenaka. It's just a point. Agrippina Kundu playing really well. Oh, she had that ball. Lusenaka, I think, did not attempt, and Pamela saw that gap and utilized it. Elizabeth picks it up. Anita. Oh, it is still in play. It is beautiful what's happening in this match, in this set. Everyone is doing what they're supposed to do.
It's a block
and,
out.
Pamela gets that touch out.
It's a block that flies literally out of court. And with this type of play, we are seeing a possibility of either a 5-setter or, unfortunately, with the charge that has been pumped into Kenya Pipeline, Prisons are in for a tough time.
Well, it is the first time out by Kenya Prisons, and they are trailing by 4 points. The first incident in this match,
The first time.
considering
They have been enjoying some comfort.
Team Prisons.
it is the third set in this match between Kenya Prisons and Kenya Pipeline. Of course, each side having a set. And it has been a very beautiful comeback for the hosts of this particular tournament. Whether they win this is something that we wait to see. But they have come back really beautifully to stamp their authority here, the Oilers. Leading by 3 points now in this second set. Kenya Pipeline, Wavinya with the service. Nicely picked. Wekesa. Pamela sends it out of court.
Well, I would have...
Pamela sends it out of court. They think that there was a touch.
A touch on
but
that ball.
Wavinya ducked.
It seems to have landed on her hair.
I think that it landed on her hair.
But we wait to see what the referee decides.
Have a look at the...
I don't know whether it will be a repeat of...
The referee decides that it is done. Look at that replay.
It did. It did touch her.
Seems to have been a touch.
But at the end, the referees, they say
the
confusion
referee
is final.
Has the final say on that. Sidi Zagala comes in for Wavinya. Pamela this time around. Again, Pamela has been taking advantage of, you know, the height of Joy Lusenaka there. They're making a change. Kenya Pipeline.
Lydia Kasaya stepping in for Yvonne Sinaida. I think for the service, because Kasaya is a left player. Sinaida is a center blocker.
Nicely picked there by Immaculate.
Lois Tarus.
Lois.
Attempting to pick that rebound, unfortunately.
Lois is relieved of those duties by Meldina, who's been the energy and the life of this game the past 2 sets.
Kasaya with that serve. Wanyama picks it. Joy. Meldina. And Joy was not fast enough. That was a ball that would have easily been
I think that
retrieved.
mistake started from the reception there. Elizabeth not being able to pick that up quite effectively, sort of, you know, to that position where Lusenaka would have been able to utilize. And again, Immaculate Chemtai
not picking that ball as expected.
asking for assistance there.
And we are back to the signature 6-point lead. Only this time it favors Kenya Pipeline.
The tables do turn.
Indeed. Tables
And indeed,
do
they have
turn.
turned in favor of the Oilers.
Elizabeth.
Another challenge with the passing there.
Meldina. Pamela.
Pamela will not take chances with that. Look at the way she celebrates that.
A
And she
quick
deserves to
response.
do that.
Indeed, she does. She has been consistent in this match, the
Mayo,
whole match,
the
really.
experienced, comes in to replace,
And a change in the attack line.
and also in the setting department,
The setter going behind
we have
and an opposite in front. Changing that attack line to 3 attackers as opposed to the earlier 2 attackers. Mayo is a seasonal player even for the national team. You'd expect her to
serve
make
it out of
some
court.
form of change. Not sure whether that will be sufficient for Kenya Prisons.
Yeah, it's going to be steep for them. Pull a comeback here with 5 substitutions, 1 timeout, and
Away
5
with that
points
service.
behind.
Immaculate, Pamela.
Pamela.
Powerful hit by Pamela. Immaculate being smart to set those balls far from the net and to the farthest end of the antenna, confusing the block line of Mayo, and they really are playing chase in an attempt to block that ball. And Pamela delivers by hitting that ball the farthest diagonal.
Listening to the coach there from Kenya Prisons.
Hawako mbali, si hata walitufikia tukiwa tu hapo. Sasa tu block alafu sawa.
To exhaust. To exhaust.
Team! Diana Hisa there, a former player. Diana Hisa, a former player of Kenya Prisons, and also a center blocker for a long time for the national team, trying to chime in and tell the girls on how to change the inevitable.
Well, interesting that you said it's the inevitable. Seems like so. Meldina Sande, set is not as effective. Meldina again. A lot of power behind that ball.
Not
Mayo
quite the power.
being the one to set it this time around. McLean there replacing Lusenaka.
Could we be looking at a repeat of the second set?
Just, it's not enough. Set point for Kenya Pipeline. Nelson Nelta, you're saying what a game. KPC to the bank. Looks like it. Looks like it. Pamela goes to serve. And all former players of this team that is celebrating 50 years are celebrating here, considering that possible injury. We hope that that is not the case involving Meldina Sande there. Having a conversation there with
to the net.
The setter McLean. Set it way too close. And
Meldina
now
not quite succeeding in saving that ball, and
the
Kenya
experience
Pipeline.
on court there. Meldina having a conversation with Braxidi Zagala. Mayo as well. What could have been the challenge? What is it that caused that very big difference in the general flow of the game, Florence?
Indeed. It only goes to show that any form of change can deliver some form of results for the team.
You know, they
And
had
you
1
fight.
point, just
Just
1
a
point.
And that confusion, so to speak, in the
Has caused all
technical,
this difference.
the refereeing department, I think they capitalized on the fact that Prisons played as if they had already won that match, and they really went out to prove to them that anything is possible. It doesn't really matter what point you're playing from, doesn't matter how things are looking. And it has robbed Kenya Prisons of what they had, the momentum they had, the fight they had from the onset. We could possibly be looking at a 3-1 finish to this point if Kenya Prisons doesn't change the attitude, so to speak.
Set number 4 is brewing, but set number 1 ended at 25-17 in favor of Kenya Prisons. Then Kenya Pipeline reclaimed that at 26-24. And now
A replica.
a replica of what happened in the first set. Of course, in favor of Kenya Pipeline there. We are going to stand by for the highlights of that set that just ended, but do not go far because we will be back shortly.
Yes, we can.
We're back with the fourth set of this match between Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Prisons. And something interesting has happened. Kenya, just like we predicted, Kenya Pipeline are back and they're leading in this match against Kenya Prisons. A match that Kenya Prisons had already dictated right from the beginning.
And like Baraza said, Kenya Prisons dominated for the first set and a better part of the second set. And I think that geared Pipeline Kenya into action. Because Sasa, how do you host a championship and let it go?
And then lose. Well, they have fought to be back to this game and they are in it so far in the trajectory to win it. It's on court, Sandui picks it. It is Sunday, still in play. Oh, he sends it flying, but there is a net touch.
There is a net touch.
There is a net touch. Of course, a lot of frustration there, but second referee there.
That was a perfect attempt at getting a touch out, because the way that ball flew out of court, there was no picking it.
Oh, she does get that rather easily, Laureen Chebet.
And it's a
tit for tat here.
Indeed, both teams knowing the importance of this third set. Prisons know that if they lose it, they lose the match. Pipeline know that if Prisons get back on form, it is going to be really costly for them.
It will be interesting to see a five-setter.
Really interesting. And it is possible with the way...
Pamela, oh, does she get it? Yes, she does. The duo of Chemtai Immaculate and Laureen Chebet in that defense line hasn't proven to be effective compared to the one with Laureen, with Ann Lowem, because Pamela has been able to split it quite some time. Elizabeth doesn't pick it quite nicely.
Pamela, or rather Melvina, spinning it.
It's an easy one. Again, the libero being inefficient. Again, this being a possible final set, considering Kenya Pipeline have two sets already.
And
there is very little room for error for Kenya Prisons. Ovinya earns it rather simply. They have very little space, allowance for error. In this case, Kenya Prisons.
Laureen with that serve. Agrippina picks it. Immaculate.
Oh, it's
that
not.
Dunk is not sufficient by Yvonne Sinaida. Getting it, or rather, Prisons are back on at par with Kenya Pipeline. Really, both teams fighting hard to make sure this set goes to their side. Laureen Kiei back at the service court.
She was on fire in the first set. Of course, the morale tends to go down when things do not go as planned. Wavinya again. She only had one role, just one job.
Getting that ball across the net.
Just get that ball across the net.
Quite unfortunate that she did not manage to do that.
Nice, it's Meldina who picks it. Meldina again. Elizabeth. Wavinya.
That simple finish, Agrippina.
Agrippina Kundu goes for it. Oh, it is. Again, very slow reactions there from the libero, costing them.
I think Ann Loem had seen that attempt by Immaculate to dodge that ball. She just was not fast enough to get it.
Elizabeth again.
Ball is still in play. Pamela. Joy Lusenaka.
Yes, Immaculate Chemtai.
That left hand really coming into play.
I think the referees again got carried away because there was a decision that was to be made. Because there was a touch on a ball that was continuing to, Lusenaka was trying to set it. But the setter on the other end.
Basically an overreach on that ball.
Immaculate Chemtai with that service. Kundo picks it. It's Pamela, high-flying Pamela. Elizabeth goes for it.
Not the perfect finish.
Pamela again. Elizabeth picks it. Oh, it is still in play.
Actually
These are very simple balls to be giving away. And Pamela is not taking chances with them. Wavinya. Oh, it is still in play. Wavinya again.
This time around,
she sends it out of court.
There seems not to be a touch on that ball. The succession of that ball being really, really fast. You must commend Wavinya on those attacks.
Going back and forth on that, you need some form of agility there.
I think the fact that she does play beach volleyball comes in handy quite a bit.
Meldina.
Still Wavinya.
Wavinya stopped there by the setter. Happy to have done it. Pulling away again. Bringing back.
Gets back in place of Wavinya.
And you're right, Dennis Baraza, that Kenya Prisons dominated so well in the second set. But the fact that they were able to bring back Kenya Pipeline into the game was their undoing. Joy Lusenaka with an easy placement. It's 6-8. Kenya Pipeline still in the lead.
Praxidis Agala goes on to serve. The presence of Praxidis on court especially will boost the backcourt defense. She's known for being very solid in the backcourt defense.
Pamela nicely picked there, but that collision between Loem and Sunday,
a serious case of miscommunication or lack of coordination.
Look at that. Yes, I think they would have done better in coordinating that. But those pipes being played by Pamela there been very successful. Sunday, is she back on form?
Well,
probably.
But
that was such a beautiful hit by Meldina Sunday there.
And really she needs to, because a loss in this set would mean a loss in the match. And that leaves them to fight for the third or fourth position.
Not the best reception there, but Pamela is there.
Pamela is on form.
Oh, she finishes it.
Really, really powerful.
That
hits.
jump is something else. And she is able to put that away really nicely. I think at this point, Kenya Prisons is actually playing to finish this match, because the fire with which they started is long gone.
Kenya Pipeline literally put it out, so to say. Again, an error in reception.
Yeah, this overpasses, several errors in passing there. Now Kenya Pipeline are back to that 5-point lead. Aldina again being spotted there nicely by Agrippina Kundu. It's not sufficient. Still in play. Was that an overpass,
net touch.
an overreach, or a net touch? It's actually an overreach.
Prisons really need to settle in this match. It's proving to be difficult for them to find that niche they had during the first set. Meldina
trying to salvage the situation there.
Really get back to her earlier form. There is a challenge on the scores. The coach, Kenya Pipeline, citing an error in the scores.
Senaka with the service. Kondo picks it.
Serious block, I'm not sure how that went, and there we go.
Nice block there by Atuka.
Meldina
still
in play.
Kondo picks it nicely.
Pipeline girls fighting.
Are they able to finish it? Yes. Still in play.
Meldina, simple tap
there.
It will cost her.
Oh,
and it
does cost her.
You cannot risk giving a simple ball.
Another 7-point lead. Massive lead for Kenya Pipeline. I think it's listening to the coach there.
Compose kule point moja tu, tusiharakishe kufikia kule yetu. Alafu hebu itrend ball, tumenyamaza si wote.
The coach there, Azenga Mavisi, short of words really on what to do, because basically the girls are not doing what they're supposed to. Not quite understanding why these errors keep on repeating themselves. Kenya Pipeline running away with this set.
Solid 7-point lead for Kenya Pipeline. And there would really be Kenya Pipeline asking for guidance as far as their rotation is concerned. Nice. That kill is not sufficient. Pamela, and there's no one in there. The libero is left asking questions while she's supposed to be. Meldina stepping out for Lois.
That's
still ongoing. Lois
saved. Who will it be? Naomi. The block.
Blocked
out of court. Pipeline broadening that margin to what, 9 points? Very solid lead. Kenya Prisons basically a shadow of themselves compared to how they played during the first set, as service error giving Prisons Kenya 1 more point. Whether this will be sufficient in saving this set, we are yet to find out.
Goes all the way. Pamela sends it out of court. Back to that 7-point difference.
You're yet to experience the services of Pamela of Kenya Prisons. Wondering whether that will happen.
Pamela of Kenya Prisons?
Yes.
She's actually not on court. She's not
on
the
court.
bench.
Yes. Unfortunately, for some reason,
she's just watching
not
from the sidelines
in this match.
Kundu picks it. Pamela. Oh, yes. Like I said, that duo, Immaculate Chemtai and Loreen Chebet there, haven't been able to stop Pamela Adhiambo. Look at the way she swings it in and just puts a lot of power behind those balls. Pamela Atuka, who we can credit for Pipeline's resurrection, if you may. He's back on the service court.
Gave that team a lifeline that they desperately needed. And they've capitalized on it. Because from that point onwards, they have been on fire. It's a reminder that they can actually win. Praxidis, well picked. Immaculate, Pamela.
Another one. They step onto the 20-point mark. Kenya Pipeline. Again, thanks to Atuka. It goes to show the experience that she has, not only in that defense line there, but also with her services. Oh, that was tricky. Very little room for Immaculate Chemtai there to swing it in. Pamela goes in for the kill.
Beautiful
Another
set.
one. And of course, she runs around the court like she does, celebrating. Kenya Prison with another timeout. But it won't help much because now that is 10 points clear for Kenya Pipeline.
They literally would require a miracle to come back from that. It is possible. I know it is. But again, it will require so much more team effort, basically, to get back to that.
Team!
Just look at what they've been able to do, Kenya Pipeline. To see that they've come this far is actually encouraging. The first semi-finals that we are watching here. Who is it going to be? Cities will set it. Is there anyone?
A very smart move.
There's a lot of frustration, and the two line judges are making different decisions there. Two different decisions being made by the line judges, and the first referee making the final decision.
It did seem to be on court. The lines judge had indicated that it's on court. The first referee maintaining that that point goes to Prisons.
Loreen goes to... And Pamela playing it as though she's on the backcourt. Kenya Prisons, a frustrated lot.
Kenya Pipeline 3 points shy of taking this match.
Chemtai Immaculate there raining in hard, but they're able to save it. Will it be Immaculate again? It is. This time around. It's a very low set.
Low set.
Praxidis is on the other end. Would have been...
And it's 23 for Kenya Pipeline and 12 for Kenya Prisons. Naomi Toa goes on to serve for Kenya Pipeline. Praxidis trying to get that point, does she? We wait for the referee's decision. And she decides that that ball did land on court. Sending Kenya Pipeline to the set point mark. It's only 1 point to go to secure this match. And Immaculate Chemutai delivers that point for Kenya Prisons. This is indeed the only set that we'll be seeing a loss with the greatest margin in comparison to the previous sets, with Prisons winning the first one 25-17, KPC winning the second one 26-24, and the last set KPC winning 25-17. And there we have it. That is the end of the fourth and last set of this match. Kenya Pipeline takes it 25-13. We will be coming to you shortly with sentiments of the coaches from both sides, really wanting to understand how both coaches feel about this particular match. Kenya Pipeline making a comeback from one set down and basically ending almost the end of the second set in favor of Prisons. That one judgment by the referee changing the whole trajectory of this match, giving them a new lease of life, and deliver they did. While Kenya Prisons loses this semi-final match, it means that they will be fighting for the third or fourth position in the playoffs. The first finalists of the Kenya Pipeline at 50 volleyball extravaganza, the Kenya Pipeline Company volleyball team. The celebratory mood for the Oilers. The perfect icing on the cake for this particular day. They have secured the first position for the finals. We will be looking at the second semi-final of the day between Nairobi Prisons, sisters to Kenya Prisons, against the Kenya Commercial Bank, who managed to beat Kenya Prisons yesterday 3-2. A lot of pomp and celebration for that win by the old girls, former players of Kenya Pipeline, and indeed the national team. They are proud of the girls and hoping that they will be winning this match. We do expect to witness a match for the veterans of this beautiful game, a team formed by the old girls of Kenya Pipeline. And another group of the experienced lady players in this beautiful game. Well, remember that this is the Pipeline at 50 volleyball extravaganza, the Kenya Pipeline Company celebrating 50 years of existence. And the volleyball team, 40 years in existence, quite some time there, giving opportunity for talent in the country. They boast of numerous players, experienced players that have been playing both in the national team and at club level. Both teams, Kenya Prisons and Kenya Pipeline, expected to participate in the Africa Club Championship later on in the month. We'll be coming to you shortly with the interviews for both teams' players and coaches, really to get a feel of how they feel about this match. You're going to take it away.
The captain of Pipeline Volleyball Club, Pamela Adhiambo, having a conversation with as far as the game is concerned. Congratulations for Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a conversation with the captain of Kenya Pipeline Corporation, Pamela Adhiambo. Karibu sana. Congratulations for the performance that you have shown here. What does this mean for you?
I can say this is the win that we really needed. because this was the win that was taking us to the finals. I wouldn't think if it would be fair for the hosting team to not qualify for the finals, and we tried our best and did our best to ensure that we went to the finals. There's a time that we slid back a bit, but we decided to come back stronger because we already known what are the mistakes that we needed to recover very fast so that we cannot lose the sets. As you saw, Kenya Prisons led us with the first set, and normally to every team, the first set, if you win the first set, you have the good morale and you can be able to win also the other remaining sets. So we had to ensure and compose ourselves that we win the second set so that we can make our work easier during the third and the fourth set.
And what is it that really changed in as far as the match is concerned? Because we saw the first set went away really quickly. What is it that changed for you guys? And you came back like that and went on to win.
I can say it's our morale and the people that are having with us. We have our management team that is here with us, and they're here to watch and they want to see the type of team that they're sponsoring. We cannot let our management down at all costs, and they have really spared their time to come and watch their team. So we're here to entertain them at the same time to give them the victory that they deserve. And this tournament, again, we want to ensure that we carry it as the hosts and as the team for the host. And we thank our management for coming once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pamela Odhiambo there for Kenya Pipeline Corporation. And now we are going to listen in from the coach herself to just listen into what it means for them to win this match and what they are preparing for us in as far as the finals are concerned. Karibu sana. Congratulations, coach. What is it that was the game changer for you guys as far as this match is concerned? We began with a loss, of course, of the first set. The morale went down, but at some point something changed. What is it that you told the players?
When the other team when they are playing quick ball, quick game, if their game is so quick, you tell your players to relax and play the ball high, and that's what we did.
What does this mean for you, and what is it that you're going to do to ensure that you're able to win the entire tournament?
I thank God for everything. My players are ready for the win. It's only that their starting point was not good. But from now going forward, we'll be okay.
All right, ladies, thank you so much. That has been the coach, Kenya Pipeline Corporation, talking about what it took for them to be able to win this match. We also want to listen in from the captain of Kenya Prisons, Brasilis Agala Kadambi, and just to get to hear what changed from a game that clearly was going your direction, Brasilis. What is it that happened in between the second set and the third set?
I will just say that today was not our day. We started very well, but along the way, I think Pipeline composed themselves and they brought themselves up. As for my side, I think maybe we were comfortable. We saw that we have already won, and yet the match wasn't over.
I think at some point towards the end of the second set, Kenya Pipeline sort of picked up, and already, the referee had decided that match was over. But I think the lifeline was that point. Moving forward, what are you going to do to ensure that those critical moments of the game, you are able to make that change?
When we put a score difference, we'll try to maintain that score difference, and we'll work on our finishing, because I've seen these 2 days we played against KCB yesterday and today against Pipeline. Our finishing is not good, so we'll work on our finishing.
All right, thank you very much. And we are going to hear now from the coach of the Kenya Prison side, Coach Azenga, so that we sort of wrap this up in preparation for the next match. Coach Azenga, karibu sana, coach.
Asante.
A very intense match, coach.
Yes.
At one point, it was obvious that you are going to lead. What happened?
First, I'll say my players played well, despite poor officiating that I've witnessed in this championship. But all in all, they were better than us.
Okay. And what is the lesson for you that you're picking for your players from this particular match?
We have to work on our finishing. Our finishing is very poor. Yeah, because at one time we were leading 6 scores and we couldn't manage to finish the sets. Yes. So we will work on our finishing.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the captains and coaches of the two teams, Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Prisons. And that marks the end of that first semi-final. The next semi-final is pitting KCB and Nairobi Prisons. We are going to bring that live. And remember, this is coming to you live on HBTV as well as the Homeboys Volleyball channel on YouTube. Continue watching this because we are going to continue bringing you the semi-finals now between KCB and Nairobi Prisons. Enjoy the highlights of the previous game. My name is Emmanuel Yegon, and on the commentary desk, it's Florence Bosire.
Introducing the first referee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second semi-finals match between Kenya Commercial Bank and Nairobi Prisons. That is coming up just after the match between Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Prisons, in which Kenya Prisons won 3-1. I mean, Kenya Pipeline won 3-1, despite the fact that Kenya Prisons were the ones who started on a winning streak. Of course, we are going to bring you this second match between these second semi-finals between Nairobi Prisons and Kenya Commercial Bank. Shortly, we'll be reading out the team lists as well as the officials list here at the Moi International Stadium, Kasarani. In just a bit, but stay tuned. The match is live on HBTV, on Signet, as well as the Homeboys TV YouTube channel. This match, of course, is live on Homeboys TV and also on YouTube channel. On the commentary desk, it's yours truly, Emmanuel Yegon, and the seasoned volleyballer,
Florence Bosire. Glad to have you on board.
Yes, and just in a bit, we are bringing you the team list. The first referee here, Wilfred Mutungu, is going to be the first referee, assisted there by Agnes Masande. We have the teams: Kenya Commercial Bank and Kenya and Nairobi Prisons. KCB starting lineup. We have the second semi-finals match between Nairobi Prisons and KCB. At the moment, Kenya Pipelines, the host of this entire championship or tournament, if you may, that is being hosted in 3 different venues, have booked their slot in the finals after beating Kenya Prisons 3-1. We ready to bring you the second semi-finals to decide who will join Kenya Pipeline in the finals of this championship. The lineup, first 6 for Nairobi Prisons, is being brought to you on the screen.
Number 18, Lester Mombe. Number 11, Jose Mongeza. Number 13, Lester Simio. Number 12, Sarah Toro.
Head coach, Francis Kagia.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The 2 teams are ready, and just any moment, these second semi-finals will be serving off here at the Moi International Stadium, Kasarani, the Indo Gymnasium. And we are glad to be able to bring you this game live on Homeboys TV and the Homeboys TV YouTube channel. Second semi-finals to decide who will proceed to the finals of this particular tournament, marking the 50th year of the Kenya Pipeline Company. The second semi-finals here, it is underway. And it will be serving off just about now. The first whistle there goes off. And there is service that earns a point for Nairobi Prisons, because then Kenya Commercial Bank serve it off court.
Emily Hissa with that service.
And what a finish for the KCB side. She's donning. This is number 11 there. Maria Musa goes to serve.
KCB has chosen to field a pool of players that is quite young. Esther Simiu making that error by hitting that ball on the net. A majority of the players for KCB are really, really young, and that is signature for Munala. He always tries as much as possible to ensure that the younger players get as much exposure as they can. You can only see two players who basically have been consistent in the starting six, benching the likes of Mercy Moim, who I don't think is
actually
with the team right now.
Present at the moment.
Musa with that serve on the net. Edith Mukuluvani, who doubles up as the captain for the side, is on court leading from the experience point of view.
Yes, it's 2-2 now. Oh, she even closed her eyes there mid-air, owing to the fact that that ball was too far, close to the antenna. Now Mutira Juliana. And
you can liken her way of play to that of Pamela.
And there is an error in service on the part of the Nairobi Prison side. Esther Mombe is not able to serve that ball across the net. It's Edith Wissa now with the service.
Not the perfect pick there. Esther Simiu.
And Esther Simiu is able to earn that point for her side, Nairobi Prisons. Interesting to see that there are several Prisons teams featuring in this tournament, and of course also their presence in the National League. We have several teams in there, just expanding that pool of opportunity for more players to feature in the National League.
Indeed, and Mutinda with that serve. Namutira almost hitting the head of Pauline Nyongesa of Prisons, Nairobi, securing that point.
It's almost similar to what we saw with Wavinya.
Exactly.
In the just concluded match.
Indeed, indeed. A majority of the players for the Nairobi Prisons team are the veteran players of Kenya Prisons ladies team, who are the starters, so to speak, of that team.
The ball is picked up, the libero has it.
Musa
spins it, everyone looks at it, and it hits the floor, moving KCB to those level terms there.
And interestingly, though, the scores are at tie, a 5-point apiece. We are yet to see one team break away. Again, there's a net touch. Namutira attempting to block that ball and ending up touching the net. Esther Simiu goes on to serve for Nairobi Prisons.
Another error in passing there. Namutira goes in hard.
And Gladys Wangoi
could not salvage that. Let us know what you think the predictions are for this match. And that is on the Homeboys TV YouTube channel. And we'll be able to highlight your comments on this live broadcast. Again, this match is off to a very slow start, if you may.
Really.
But once we have a winner of this first set, we will will dictate the flow of the match.
Indeed. Both teams are starting up slow. Could be attributed to the fact that it's a chilly day today. It's been cold for a better part of the day. Namutira with that service. Emily sets it. Sarah Mutoro attempting to dismantle those blocks.
He's still in play. Oh, what a block. What a block there.
By Christine Siwa. Paired up with Mutinda Esther. Ball is still in play. Simple spin, it doesn't go across.
Of course, we have those who are continuing to watch. Thank you so much. Lester Okimba, I think you're talking about the previous match, saying that it was captivating. Indeed, it was. Dennis Barasa, I think, congratulating Kenya Pipeline, as well as Nelson Nelta, who notes there that Pamela Adhiambo was at her best. Indeed, this is the second semi-finals to decide who qualifies to also join Kenya Pipeline in the finals. Solid block from Wisa and team. I think it actually is the setter, KCB, who was able to stop that.
Christine Siwa serving that ball. Emily sets it. El Sheba runs out of court.
What's it going to be for Kenya Commercial Bank and or Nairobi Prisons? It's been level terms for the first 6 points, I think. But now Kenya Commercial Bank have moved 4 points up. Seem to be banking it in, cashing that set in very early. But we wait to see how that will turn out. Nairobi Prisons with the first timeout.
And it's Christine Siwa still at the service court, leading KCB in that service, which is considered the first line of attack.
Libero picks it up.
Esther Mwombe.
It's another flying ball.
There was a touch.
Oh, there was a touch. I think she made use of the long hands in that blocking line.
And Esther Mwombe is also one of the players who suffered a nasty knee injury that took her out of the national team.
It's good to see that she's back.
She is, and
such a beautiful finish from the KCB side. Maria Musa playing it absolutely beautifully across court. Emily Hissa, the setter, Nairobi Prisons, need to have a conversation with her attackers. Edith Wisa there, monopolizing with her height. Hitting that ball way above that blocking defense.
Esther Mutinda with that service, the libero Florida not picking it as expected.
Libero picks it up. It's Mariam Musa again, spinning it. And finding those open spaces there. I think whatever happens to the Nairobi Prison side, really, it's encouraging to see that they have qualified to this particular stage.
Absolutely.
To the semi-finals.
It's huge. It's huge considering the fact that they have literally players who have had to step up in positions they have not formally played, with the libero, Florida Juma, having formerly been a left attacker. Also, Sarah Mutoro was a libero. So basically, they had to fight to get to this point. So it's an achievement on their part, whatever the result of this particular semi-final.
Pauline Chemtai steps in for... it's Nairobi Prisons that have made that change. It is Lilian Lele who has stepped in.
Mutinda Wisa. And it's 16.
Sarah Mutoro.
16-8.
It's an 8-point difference. Like I told you, KCB are cashing in this first set pretty easy. Started the first 6 points, they were at par until KCB started
breaking away, and they have been sure to maintain that lead for quite some time. Wisa with that service, or rather Hissa. Namutira Gladys. Lele attempting to get that point, and she almost did.
It was a beautiful reaction.
Will it be
still in play? The libero sets it. Will she? Oh yes, she does hit it. Is it sufficient? Oh, there is an error there.
Double touch. Double contact on that ball. That
Pauline
is
Cheptai sending KCB on that 8-point lead. Maria Musa serving.
It's a jump serve. We have not seen a lot of that.
It is an ace.
It's an ace. It's on court.
It's an ace.
It did look like it was out of court.
Assumption is the biggest mistake you could make.
Indeed.
In a sport where every score counts. And having seen what happened in the match between Kenya Prisons and Kenya Pipeline, just a single point would have made a difference for Kenya Prisons.
Indeed,
but it cost them an entire match, because you had the coach talking about the lessons that they have picked here and the mistakes that they should have avoided. See if there'll be a repeat of that.
Esther Simeo with that attack. Really making that point.
Playing really, really well, Simeo.
And Esther Mombe goes on to serve. For Nairobi Prisons, trailing at 10 against 18 of Kenya Commercial Bank. Mutinda with that set. Beautiful finish. It's on court. The youngsters really playing well today.
It's good to see that they've been given the opportunity to do so. Been trusted with that role. And they're delivering at it. Like the professionals they are growing to be. Nice pick. It is still in play. Crosses over to the other side of the court.
Wisa, simple spin on the net. Well, that is I would say, unavoidable error. You are just trusted with the responsibility to take that ball across the net. Such an error is really costly. Edith Mukuluvani.
Nice pick.
Lele. Ball is out.
It's that ball.
It's well picked by Mwombe. Lele.
Oh,
was there a touch?
Seems to
no,
have
there
not
wasn't.
been a touch.
KCB that solid, comfortable lead of
10 points now.
21-11. Prisons Nairobi not quite putting up a fight, if you ask me.
Yeah, they're making this look very easy for the bankers. With one timeout, one substitution. They're the ones who seem to be struggling.
That simple finish. Lele again.
Libero goes to serve it. It was a good attempt there, but it was insufficient.
Indeed, it was.
Libero there.
Namutira. Ooh,
Josephine.
quite a hard hit on Esther Simiu. It almost sent her to the ground.
Yeah,
Namutira known for a lot of power.
Powerful hit. Almost like Pamela Adhiambo's on the other side.
I think the two can be likened, and the beauty of it is that they both feature in the national team.
Oh, she gets it eventually.
Not a lot of power behind the ball, but tactical finish.
Yes.
Nonetheless.
13 for Nairobi Prisons. And Kenya Commercial Bank receiving at 22. What a kill. Quick one at that. By
Christine Siwa.
Christine Siwa. It was Esther Mutinda there.
She goes
making all those decisions on where and who is going to make that attack. Oh, look at that.
Musa. Esther Simiu.
If it was someone else, that would have been a very big hit. Oh yes,
Musa,
I expected that in the first one.
Hitting it hard. Emily.
It's going to be a repeat.
Musa for the third time.
Oh, this time around, it was a quick one, a hard one, but it was out of court.
Nairobi Prisons getting to the 14th point mark. We've seen Nairobi Prisons do better. They put up a challenge against huge teams. Just wondering what is happening today. And 24 for KCB, 14.
Solid 10-point lead
Nairobi
for the bankers. Esther there going to serve.
Well
Lele picks it. Setter tries to be a little bit tactical.
Namutira. This time Esther does pick it. Mwombe.
It is still in play.
Esther.
The setter there, Esther, playing really nicely. The libero picks it up. Oh, the libero on this other end as well.
Not quite the smartest move. Let's see how that ends. Mwombe. Still in play.
Still in play.
Simiu, who will it be?
Lele sends it
out of play.
Out, effectively ending the first set.
25-14.
Very unceremonious end.
Very unceremonious end.
And also a rather slow beginning to this match.
Indeed, an anticlimax.
But let's not dismiss anyone at this particular point. Anything is possible, having seen what happened in the previous match. But really, if they want to put up a fight, they have to play better. Nairobi Prisons, they have to be hungry for a win. And yeah, generally just go for those attacks, pass that ball better, and defend better than they have displayed in this first set.
We are lacking the aggression in the match. Both sides being careful in how they play.
Well, yeah, that is the first set. Let's listen into the coaches there.
So kabla ufike hivi mteja tu. Unaona? Anza kwako kwanza na usikusahau kuna mguu inakuja kwako umesimama tu unaangalia kipiga. Na blocks tuzicommit.
Blocks number 4.
Sawa. Tuzicommit kwa blocks. Alafu backward. Tuache kukaa juu. Tutembee chini.
So far kuna mtu amepiga line.
Sawa
Wote ni diagonal.
Nasema
wewe wow. Opponent hakuna mtu anapiga line.
Watu wawili siende.
So mnaenda kufunga wapi? Acha kutoka nje. Usiende sana. Kama jana mpira 4.
Wewe unaenda sana. Sina kimbilia hiyo goal lakini sasa tukaanza wanaita.
Ikatike. 4 mpira 4. Sawa.
Nairobi.
And we are back with this second semi-final match, the second set of the second semi-final match, seeing Nairobi Prisons fight it out with Kenya Commercial Bank, who have just bagged the first set 25-14. Not much of a challenge coming from Nairobi Prisons. We are yet to see them rise to the occasion. As it is right now, they are literally just giving it away. Remember that the third and final semi-final match will be coming to you after this match. The men's side, the second semi-final, the first one having happened in the Nyayo National Stadium between the General Service Unit and Trailblazers Volleyball team that is still, I think, underway. The third and final semi-final will be between Kenya Ports Authority and KDF, coming up after this match.
That will be such a big match, and look forward to bringing that to you as well. This is the second set of the second semi-finals, pitting KCB against Nairobi Prisons. The first set has gone to Kenya Commercial Bank. The set scores 25-14.
Esther Simi with that finish. Mutinda, Wisa. Who will it be? Musa.
Musa is the one who makes that beautiful point. Is she playing a different position today?
Musa?
Yes.
We are used to seeing her on the opposite.
I thought she usually plays in the middle. But
she's one of those players who's multi-talented, or a universal player, so to speak.
It's good to be versatile, because then you're able to, play in those different positions and be more useful to the team. It's an error in service at the Nairobi Prison side. Maria Musa with that. Oh, it's a jump service. Goes out of court. But it's a nice hit nonetheless by Lele there. The coach is having a discussion with her there. But KCB again. This time around, the jump serve is not sufficient enough.
I think Musa is the first lady I've seen using the jump service in this tournament.
And consistently as such.
Very inconsistent. She's yet to get...
Such a beautiful hit. Look at the build-up of that particular hit in the replay there. No one actually managed to even touch it as it flew by. Wisa this time around.
Beautiful, beautiful attack.
Beautiful finish there.
By KCB's...
another error in service from the KCB side. We've seen a give and take up to this point in those errors. And like in the first set, if this is going to be repeated, then...
Namutira.
Oh, it is salvaged.
The libero tries to save it. Unfortunately,
and
that
Namutira
rebound was not picked
remains
by
there
Mwombe.
just in case.
Well, it was one hard hit. Those hands of Emily Hisa for Kenya Nairobi Prisons really saved the day.
Service well received as well.
Esther Simiyu
Simiyu
goes out.
tries
Play.
that long diagonal, but it's not enough.
Namutira with that serve. Emily Mwombe Esther.
It is still in play. Mariam Musa saves it. The setter swings it in.
Mwombe once again
goes out of play.
I think trying
KCB
to get that
to pull away again.
A 4-point lead is quite comfortable with the way Nairobi Prisons are playing.
This time around, she's able to get that point, and she goes to serve. The 3-point difference there.
Esther Mutinda.
Maria Musa goes cross-court, hitting it through the short part of that defense. On the other side, there's another semi-finals. On the men's side, General Service Unit is playing Trailblazers Volleyball Club. And as it stands, General Service Unit 2 sets, Trailblazers 1.
Could be another case of a comeback by a team that was previously trailing.
Yes, and looking at the scores, actually, the set scores, GSU won 25-21, then 25-18, and then now TVC has won the third set, 25-22.
We wait to see what is in store for both teams.
And you
the
can
fourth set.
You can be sure that whichever team makes it to the finals tomorrow will be full of action. Maria Musa there not being able to finish.
At saving that ball. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't turn out as anticipated. The libero there doing everything she can to save that ball.
Then Nairobi Prisons again with that error in service.
They had bridged that gap to just 3 points shy of KCB's formerly 10 points. And we're back to the 4-point lead. Al-Sheba.
Nice save. And Wisa goes on to finish it, but it's not with the power that would have been anticipated. Was that Lele again?
That was Lele once again. Not a lot of power behind the ball, but a tactical
it's the
finish.
skill and tact of doing it there that gives her an edge over the rest. We saw ball lazily rolls over the tape there and falls on court. Taking them again back to their 4-point lead. Are we going to see a set that will end again with a huge, huge difference?
And that stubborn 3-point lead by KCB.
Wisa very quickly puts it away. Setter there, Esther.
Very wonderful set by Esther Mutinda.
Are you going to
Confident
represent
in,
again the country?
Indeed,
in the club championships.
she was part of the
alongside,
team that was just got back from the All Africa Games.
Oh,
they
yeah.
finished third.
But they had a really
third.
solid chance at defeating the Egyptian side.
Emily Mwombe, a simple dodge.
She's able to catch Namutira there off side.
Like you said, KCB will be going to take part in the Africa Club Championships. They did win the title in 2020 or 2022, I think. They did win that title. Unfortunately, they could not defend it in 2023. We wait to see what the results will be this year. A total of 3 teams will be representing the country for the lady sides.
It's a good thing to see that we have more teams representing the country, considering the number of years as well that we have been winning, been participating and winning.
Actually, all 3 teams has had at one point being contenders and winners of that title. We are yet to realize what happened or where the rain started hitting us, because it's been quite a while since a Kenyan team, besides KCB, and you see it's just happened once, took that title. Simple dodge. Pauline Nyongesa.
He's picked up.
Mwombe.
Mwombe goes for it.
Lindsay
fighting. Very nice save there from the KCB.
And that
libero,
dodge.
But libero had actually positioned herself to pick that ball up.
I think the communication bit is what lacked, because you actually need to call out so that nobody else attempts at picking that ball. Celebration there by the libero, Nairobi Prisons. And it's Mwombe.
Mwombe
it's a point.
Again with another point. I think they have suddenly put up a fight in this second set.
And they are known for that.
13-14 now. That margin is slowly disappearing.
They actually picked a set from Kenya Pipeline at the group level. So
that explains why they're here.
They really know how to fight.
Namutira goes in on that long diagonal, hitting it hard across the court. Earning another point from the Prison side.
And an easy pick there.
Oh, indeed. An easy finish as well from the Nairobi Prisons side.
Esther Mwombe.
Pauline Nyongesa to credit for that finish. I think the setter, Esther, did not even attempt defense.
An expensive mistake.
Expensive mistake from Emily there, considering she didn't make an attempt at, jumping high to make that dodge.
Christine Siwa with that serve. And a save by the setter, though it wasn't sufficient. Musa with that.
Musa again.
Attack.
I think very crucial at that position, actually.
She has delivered quite well in that position.
And KCB are back to that 3-point lead. Will they maintain it? Will Nairobi Prisons fight their way back? Goes out of court, but it's a good attempt by Lele.
Really pushing to try and get those impossible points off the court.
Lele is the one to set it.
The simple finish. Mukuluvani.
Of course it is.
Finishing
it goes out
in
of
style.
court.
It does go out of court.
The coach, and even
she challenges it. Probably asking for a touch-out ruling.
Yeah, but it is decided. Still 3 points between the two teams.
The ball goes out of court.
Nyongesa Pauline there, quite some power behind that serve, but it is too much for the 18-meter court.
Ball is still in play, and a beautiful set at that.
Musa
Lele
being witty,
and a dodge.
Still in play.
Mutinda's back on the ground. Who will it be?
Lele. Lele again. It is still in
that ball
play.
is too fast.
Oh,
Mutinda
yes.
still saves it.
It's a
Lele,
beautiful,
it's a dodge.
The setter there picks it.
Lency was waiting.
And this time around, I don't think, I didn't think there would be a chance. Considering the flight and also the power behind that attack. But she hits that ball fair and square.
I think
on the
she
net.
did get out of breath with that rally. The ball.
That was shaping up to be such a beautiful rally. Musa with it. But Nairobi Prisons are saying, bring it on, bankers, bring it on.
It's a dodge.
And does she? And that point, Maria Musa, coach is furious because she was not supposed to be in that position.
Indeed, she wasn't.
She's lucky that she was able to earn a point. And she goes to serve. We do not see that signature jump service.
Sasimi, that peak.
Nonetheless,
once again.
it goes across the net.
Doesn't. It was quite a low hit. And you cannot risk that with the hands of Edith Musa.
There, being cautious.
With that kind of block, you can never risk being too cautious. I think the more aggression you employ, the better.
Well, let's listen into the coach. Nairobi Prisons there, having a conversation with the team. Back to the set.
With Musa.
It's 21 for KCB and 16 for Nairobi Prisons. Musa has stopped with her jump services, and
from the look of things, she should have maintained the jump service. At least it did go across the net.
Yes, there's been some consistency in that. Nairobi Prisons are going to make a change. They're bringing in Irene Bula.
Irene Bula in place
Lele.
of Lilian Lele.
It's Irene Bula to serve instead of Lele Lilian. It is nicely picked. It is on court. Mukavulani there. Mkuvilani. Edith with that quick finish, and they are also ready for a change. Bring in Sharon Chepchumba. Surprised to actually see that she's in the country.
She is in the country. She had been ailing, or rather getting some form of healing, or is it recovery from a nasty knee injury that unfortunately cut off her professional stint.
It's good to see that she's back on her feet.
Yeah, wonderful that the rehabilitation really helped. And I think this will be used to basically gauge her.
Oh, we've also gotten used to seeing her doing those jump services.
Well,
poor coordination there.
She is being rather careful.
Musa, the setter as well, being very crucial in picking up those balls from the backcourt. It's a 4-point difference, but it's a general improvement from the Nairobi Prison side. Improvement hadn't even left my mouth.
You spoke too early, really.
They
did speak too
did
soon.
that, but really generally, looking at the scores up there, it's a general improvement from how the other set ended.
The ball goes out of court.
courtesy of Esther Mutinda.
Well, Nairobi Prisons will do good for themselves if they get past the 20-point mark.
Me, that was not Esther Mutinda, that was Deborah Chesang.
Deborah Chesang.
That service.
Amutira.
Amutira there.
The libero wasn't
flying really high.
Fast enough.
There was no chance. There was no chance at all for the libero Gladys Wangoi. And Namutira goes on to serve. It's an easy pick.
Mwombe.
The liberos has it.
And a beautiful save by Lindsay Jeruto. Will it be?
Oh, yes. That was a beautiful, beautiful one. It's actually Josephine Wafula.
Oh, Josephine Wafula. Lindsay is out of court. There is that
such a beautiful
change.
save for that end
Wonderful, wonderful save.
Of that set.
Brilliant backcourt defense.
The improvement was good, but it's not enough.
Not sufficient to...
It's not sufficient enough to
secure
ensure that these
a
guys
set for
secure
the
a
side.
set.
But they're really looking to make an impact, not quite win, considering the level of players in the Kenya Commercial Bank team. Any form of improvement at this point really is something to write home about.
Yes, I think that sort of makes a statement for them. But you need more than just that. Let's listening to the coaches. Even have a look at the highlights a bit before the third set begins. But as it stands, Kenya Commercial Bank 2 sets, Nairobi Prisons 0. Set scores 25-14 for set 1, 25-19 for the second set.
8 services, 1 set. Dangerous. Ukipata timu nzuri, utashika, utapata wapi? Only 2 na sio ndio kupoteza. So defense, please work a defense, but they said.
KCB for people for better.
Killers. Unaona wanja mahali. Amekuwa around. But tutampata kwa VIP. And we're back with the start of the third set in this second semi-final between Kenya Commercial Bank and Nairobi Prisons. Nairobi Prisons currently trailing the set statistics with KCB 2 against 0 of Nairobi Prisons. The first set ending 25-14, the second set 25-19. Esther Mutinda serving for Kenya Commercial Bank. The second referee making sure that the rotational order is, or R5 as it's called, it's in order. And we are set for the start of this third set and possibly third and last set if status quo remains.
And that is an ace for Mutinda Esther there. I think they have maintained, Kenya Commercial Bank have maintained the lineup that started this game. Esther Mutinda earning that point and giving it away.
Basically cancelling that point. And it's the other setters' turn to Ghana points.
Namutira is the one who sends that ball off court, off of the hands of Lele there. That giving her side a second point. See how it's looking like on the digital front.
Emily with that set, El-Shiba with that simple finish, another save. Again.
Ooh.
And a hit.
What a hit by Namutira there.
El-Shiba hits it out of court. Brilliant defense by Florida Juma, the libero, Nairobi Prisons. Fortunately, it wasn't sufficient to secure that point. KCB again in the lead. Esther Simiyu picks it. Still in play.
On someone's head there. Libero.
All the best of sets by Mutinda. And Prisons get their second point of the set.
Is it on court? It flies way out of court. Christian Chore, saying you're following as well. Well done, Kadogo and Manu. Thank you for reminding me that name.
Chore, I have a bone to pick with you.
Dennis Barasa, you're saying KCB teams will defeat the Nairobi Prisons with a commanding victory. Well, at the moment, it is KCB on the lead with the 2 sets. Nairobi Prisons, none at all. Or none yet, I should say, because anything is possible.
Esther Mombe delivering that point for Nairobi Prisons, maintaining the gap at 1 point. If they keep this up, they might stand a chance.
Very nice
to
fight
actually
by the
take this
KCB
set.
setter there.
Esther Simiyu.
Yes, and they are able to get that block touch. Nairobi Prisons, and they're on level terms now. Libero picks it up nicely. And Debra there finishes it off beautifully. She goes to serve. They are 1 point ahead, Kenya Commercial Bank.
And another point for Kenya Commercial Bank, widening that gap by 2 points from the Nairobi Prisons team. Mwombe.
Mwombe again doesn't quite, convert that. And back at the service court, we have, is it Debra for Kenya Commercial Bank?
Debra serving
Debra
for
just
KCB.
Again, another service, but
a lot of
unfortunately,
services.
She loses that. And Nairobi Prisons, Esther Simiyu, who's been quite influential for, the fight that we've seen. Namutira, Libero picks it up.
And a simple finish.
Esther Mwombe goes for it.
Mutinda
tries to save it.
And well
again
by Sarah Mutoro, and it's a point.
Yes, they get that point.
They
Nairobi
did
Prisons
deserve that point.
Sending again Esther Simiyu back to that service court. Namutira with that hard hit. The libero Nairobi Prisons was able to pick it. This time around, they are not able to defend that. Coming from Siwa Kristen, donning jersey number 14 there. And Namutira goes to serve.
Well picked by Florida Juma. Esther Simiyu.
Esther Simiyu, nicely picked again by Namutira. It is Deborah who then finishes it up.
Beautiful finish right there. And Namutira goes on to serve for...
with that service. Who is it going to be? Mwambe still picked up. Esther there trying to salvage that.
Unfortunately.
But Deborah was already down, so she couldn't also help save that situation.
And Esther Mwambe goes on to serve for Nairobi Prisons.
I think she brings
Mutinda again
quite
struggling to save that ball. She does bring
Esther Mutinda
a whole lot of experience in that position.
Trying to salvage that error in reception there. But she wasn't able to do that. Mwambe again, ball in hand, ready to serve. Just a point shy of what KCB has. And Mutinda picks it. Esther. Oh, yes, she does.
There was no attempt at blocking that ball. I think they just surrendered to their fate.
I think, again, looking at the margins that we have there, look at that. Beautiful finish by KCB there. From that replay, is there a net touch?
There really wasn't a net touch. Mutinda, ball is still in play.
The ball is still in play.
Sarah Mutoro,
what is it going to be? Mutoro sends it away.
Out of court.
We'll have a look at that again in the replay that is building up. Just see how that happened. But it is KCB still with the service. Libero picks it up. Oh, what an attempt. I think there was an issue with the defense there with Mariam Musa and Edith Mukavulani and Esther as well. Another service by Nairobi Prisons. It is Mariam Musa.
He did touch the antenna.
But that ball hits the antenna there. And it therefore means that the Nairobi Prisons team continue to narrow that gap. Another beautiful service there.
Pauline Nyongesa.
Deborah is the one who is able to make that difference there. Of course, hitting it off of the hands of Jep Kemboy. Look at that beautiful replay there of how Deborah Jesang made that kill. It is Esther with the service. Libero picks it up on this other end. Libero again. Esther.
By the libero. Namutira trying to dodge that ball.
Dodge it. Oh, it is still in play. The libero again. Setter this time around. Swinging in to hit it. The libero being functional. And it is Mariam Musa who finishes that beautifully. Let's bring you that up again. Just look at that build-up. And just how that setter there, Esther Mutinda, sort of looks at how her attackers are spread out. And the same setter we're talking about with another ace.
Ace service.
She started with an ace in this
and she has just confirmed it.
And she confirms that very beautifully. And they've started running away with the set again. 4-point lead. Oh, they are unable to defend that better, KCB. This time around it is again Jep Kemboy Elisheba actually, who finishes that off beautifully. Emily Hissa, the service caught. Deborah.
And a nice block once again.
But it's a beautiful block from that duo.
Esther Simiyu and Elisheba. Jep Kemboy.
And Esther Simiyu. It's a consistent improvement. I don't know if it will be enough.
Another error in service. It's very, very...
that talking about an improvement, that an error occurs there in service. But
They have been
Generally,
really a lot during
they
this
are on that
match.
trajectory of improvement. Maria Musa steps out, and it is Mayua Shalin who steps in to serve. Beautiful jump serve there, jump float. And of course, nice block from the captain there, Edith Mukavulani of the Kenya Commercial Bank. Another 4-point difference. Beautiful jump float. Elisheba sending it away. It's not sufficient as it goes out of play. Shalin again with the service. It's now 5 points. She ensures that it's still in play. Edith and Namutira reins in hard. They go out on a timeout, Nairobi Prisons. The coach will definitely have something to say there. Over to the coaches.
So the moment unapiga karibu kwa tablo. Piga tu mbali iende mkono. Alafu ongeza nguvu in case ukipiga mkono iende nje. Sawa eh? Tuongeze nguvu. Sawa?
Kazi watu kusiwachilia
Back on with the action. Kenya Commercial Bank serving at 18 and Nairobi Prisons receiving at 12. Shalin with that jump float again. Effectively, it is an ace. And they're going to make a change. The commercial side, Deborah steps out for Chemtai Pauline. I think what you said about the coach playing, young talent is evident. It's a good thing to give them an opportunity to be able to show what they can do as well. Nairobi Prisons going to serve. It's Mutoro Sara. It's just a beautiful build-up that didn't come to be for KCB. Sara Mutoro again with the service. They're now still a 5 points difference.
And they'll require a lot if they're going.
And Mutoro's errors in service there.
There have been quite a bit. I think every member of that team has lost a service at one point. And cumulatively, if you calculate the number of services, they are quite a lot. Christine Siwa steps out.
Christine steps out, and she's replaced there by another youngster, I believe. Edith was building up to an ace, but
handling that ball.
Mariana Elizabeth, donning jersey number 10, is the one who stepped on court. There's another change by the KCB side, replacing Esther Mutinda with
jersey number 17.
Sheila Wabwile.
Looks like a new face in
as an opportunity to play. It's now 7 points between the two teams.
Esther Simiu
another error in conversion there. Sharon Chepchumba to replace Edith Mukavulani. That service court, seen her featuring at the tail end of, now this is the second set that she's coming in. 8 points.
I think Coach Mnala is really just giving her a feel of the ball, just to make sure that she's active in preparation for the Africa Club Championship. She will be really instrumental.
Sharon, nicely picked up by the libero there. Oh, she hits it hard, yes, but it goes out of court.
KCB are just 2 points shy of taking this set and consequently this match.
Yes.
Booking a spot in the finals.
Was there a touch of that ball that was being set? The referee is thinking about it.
Amutira.
Another one.
Ball is still in play. A simple finish. Emily. Florida. Esther.
Mombe. Oh, Sharon.
Still in play. Simple
Considering
spin.
what you said, then she has played really well. Oh, the ball comes back at her. Namutira there. Solid block alongside Elizabeth. No, rather, yes, Elizabeth Mariana. Sharon Jepchumba again. KCB at set point. Looks like this set is going to end just like the first set ended. Mombe
simple finish
gives it away.
Which might end up being costly.
New setter.
Still in play.
Goes for it.
Namutira.
It is Namutira.
Finishing
oh,
it
yes,
in
it
style.
is. Just like I said.
It's a wrap.
It's 25-14 and it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Just like how the first set ended.
And the third set.
And look at how that ball was hit by Namutira there. Beautiful, beautiful slow-mo there, showcasing just how high she went above those blocks to finish that set.
Simply
giving her team a clean sheet, a 3-0 finish.
3-0 finish and booking a spot in the
Against,
finals.
The
Nairobi Prisons team. Interesting to note that both teams have fought hard to come into the semi-finals. So unfortunate that Nairobi Prisons doesn't get to the finals, but it is the way of the game. We are currently sure that Kenya Pipeline Company volleyball team and Kenya Commercial Bank volleyball team, arch rivals, will be facing it off in the finals of the Kenya Pipeline at 50 Volleyball Extravaganza tournament here at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani. The other semi-final, the first for the men's side between GSU and TVC, is still going on with the fourth set still happening. Currently with GSU having 2 sets against 1 of actually developing 2 sets each. It is a 5-setter. Whichever team takes the 5th set will be crowned the champions of that semi. Over to you, Yegon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second semi-final here that we've witnessed Kenya Commercial Bank, thrashing Nairobi Prisons with a clean sheet. It's 3-0, 25-14, 25-19, and 25-14 again. Being joined here by the captain of Kenya Commercial Bank. Her name is Edith Mukavulani. Edith, congratulations for making it. What does this mean for you guys?
First of all, I'd like to congratulate my team for today's win. It's a motivation for us, even as we are training for the club championship in the next 2 weeks. So it's a motivation for us, and it's showing us where we have to work so that we can improve more.
All right, talking about also the club championship, to face your arch rivals, Kenya Pipeline Company. What are you going to do to ensure that you also ace that one?
As we go tomorrow to play the finals against Kenya Pipeline, on our part we're just going to do all our tactics well, whatever our coaches have taught us. We are going to perfect them and work on them, each and everything that we have been taught by our coaches. We're going to work on it and we're going to execute it well tomorrow, and we expect nothing but a win tomorrow.
Well, congratulations, Edith, and thank you so much for giving us that interview. That is Edith Mukavulani, the captain of the Kenya Commercial Bank volleyball team. The next match that is building up here is the semi-finals, the men semi-finals between Kenya Defence Forces and Kenya Kenya Ports Authority, KPA versus Kenya Defence Forces. We have a captain, Sarah Mutoro, from Nairobi Prisons. Sarah Mutoro, karibu sana. Thank you so much for joining us here. How do you feel that you've come this far? First of all, congratulations to your team for making it to the semi-finals. What do you think was the lacking thing to ensure that you won this match?
Okay, I think my team did not have the strength. Being the fact that we are playing against a KCB, which is a bigger club, I might say. Most of players are from a national team. I think my players, the team from my players were so afraid to attack the balls. So they didn't give out their all.
And in as far as the next matches are concerned, what lessons have you picked from this particular match that you're going to implement going into the league?
Okay, we've learned that for a team to perform well, there must be a strong attacker. The team must also serve well, because if you are keen watching our game, the services were so weak. The attackers as well were not having strength to attack the balls. So those are the areas that have made us not to perform well.
All right, thank you so much, Mtoro, for that, and thank you for giving us your interview. We also have the coach, Nairobi Prisons. Thank you so much for joining us. What is it that you think lacked for your team in this particular tournament? First of all, congratulations for making it to the semi-finals. What was the difference in the aspects between you and the other team?
Thank you. Now, today, nothing worked for us. Our opponents were very good. They served very well, blocked very well. I think today we did not play our best, but actually we work on everything that we have done wrong, and the next time we'll give them a challenge. Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. That is the coach from Nairobi Prisons, picking lessons here as they move forward towards even playing the other matches in the National League. And now we have Coach Munala, the winning coach from Kenya Commercial Bank. And we are going to have a conversation with him as well. Karibu sana, coach.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations for winning this. How does this make you feel?
Yeah, I'm happy because yesterday we had a tiring match against Kenya Prisons, but today I've gone easy on the Nairobi Prisons, and we intend to go full throttle tomorrow during the finals against Kenya Pipeline.
What role does this tournament play in preparing your girls for the African Club Championships?
We are taking it as a friendly match, as a build-up match to gauge ourselves before the club championship. Because if you invite Kenya Pipeline for a friendly match, they won't accept. Even me, I won't accept to play Kenya Pipeline for a friendly match. But this has given us a chance to test the waters before the African Club Championship.
Asante sana, coach, and congratulations tomorrow. Yes, that is the coach, and that has been the coach for Kenya Commercial Bank. And over to you guys in studio. The next match is going to be Kenya Defence Forces versus Kenya Ports Authority for the first semi-finals men here at Kasarani. There is another match that is playing at Nyayo Stadium against that's pitting General Service Unit against Trailblazers Volleyball Club. We'll be letting you know how the results are going. Thank you so much for joining us, and over to you guys in studio. Here are the highlights.
Coach.
Ameuliza swali.
Nimemjibu.
Umesemaje?
Hakuna.
Coach.
Andika R5 unipe.
Aliwa.
Coach anabeba kalamu yake.
Sasa amekuja kwa ofisi. Wananipea so nikasema
A very warm welcome, dear viewers. This is the second semi-finals of this match. There's one that is going on at the moment at Nyayo Stadium, between General Service Unit versus Trail Blazers. As it stands, we are going to start this other semi-final between Kenya Ports Authority and Kenya Defence Forces. On the other side, it's a 5-set thriller, and it's at 17-17 in the final 5th set. Definitely a lot of action there, and we promise you that this is going to be as heated as well. So stay tuned to the channel on Signet, HBTV, and also Homeboys TV on YouTube. On the commentary desk, it's yours truly, Manuel Ligon and Florence Bosire. We are going to get you the team list in a bit, and more details about who will be playing on either side of the court. So do not go too far, because we promise you, dear viewers, that this is going to be an interesting match. And just news that we have received from the other side is that Trailblazers Volleyball Club has qualified for the finals of this particular tournament, beating General Service Unit. So we wait for the outcome. Wait for the outcome of this match to know who is going to qualify as well. The teams that are playing here, KDF versus Kenya Ports Authority. This is the team that is playing. Is trying to get the list here in a bit for all of us.
But the first 5, 6.
Vipi nini? Wa roll team sheet. Huko hakuna.
Hotspot. It's not on. Here we go. The match between Kenya Defence Forces and Kenya Ports Authority is underway. The officials, of course, discussing there, having a conversation as they prepare to officiate this match. We're seeing Togoch there as one of the referees.
And Nicodemus,
and of course, his team of 4 line judges.
Looks like Nicodemus Onsongo will be taking the spot for the first referee. And Mary possibly taking...
I think she'll be supporting as a line
actually
judge.
Charles Togoch.
So Charles Togoch will be the referee number 2. Those teams are both preparing there for the match. Coach Aliwa there with a little dance there, trying to ease the tension. The news from the other side is that Trailblazers Volleyball Club have qualified for the finals.
Very interesting news there.
Eliminating General Service Unit. Those are Kenya Commercial Bank ladies who also have confirmed their spot in the finals tomorrow. See the captain there, Edith Mukavulani. And now we get ready. The Kenya Defence Forces, or Ulinzi side, if you like, consulting a bit there. Referee Togoch there having a conversation with Aliwa. Again, I think giving the final list of the starting 6 ahead of the match. The Kenya Ports Authority side, the coach as well, trying to finalize on his team.
And there we have it. The first referee, Nicodemus Onsongo, assisted by Charles Togoch. Both have a wealth of...
For KPA, number 2, Elijah Bosire. Number 4, Kevin Mita. Number 7, Zek Ojieng. Number 9, Brian Kamonde. Number 12, Chris Oala. Number 15, Dennis Omolo. Number 10, Sam Juma. Head coach James Ontere. Starting lineup for KDF. Number 1, Maxwell Ekunot. Number 2, Josephat Karanja. Number 4, Mark Cheliot. Number 12, Collins Muya. Number 13, Edward Kibet. Number 14, Nick Kimtai. Libero Samoy Eriu. And the head coach is Elisha Aliwa.
And there we have it, the mention of the starting 6. Both teams putting on the best of the best. The game only starting. This is the third semi-final of the day and the second for the men's side. Both teams seeking to book a spot into the finals of this Kenya Pipeline at 50 volleyball extravaganza here at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani.
The first referee there readying himself for the task ahead. Definitely is not an easy task, but he definitely is qualified to do this job. He'll be assisted by Togoch, who is consulting the scoring bench. Hope you're ready for the action.
Really?
And this is going to be such an exciting match, considering the fact that now we know the team that has qualified for the finals.
I think
so
this is
each and
the
every
only
team here will be fighting. That is the first service.
And a serve on the net by Elijah Bosire for Kenya Ports Authority. Not quite the start they wanted. That point goes on to the KDF
Kenya
side.
Defense Forces side. Donning jersey number 4 there, Cheruyot Mark with a service. Nicely picked there by Chris Owala. And it is Omolo who sends it across. Nicely blocked. Quite a finish there by Kimutai Elvis. But Brian Kamonde and Kevin Kipchumba are there to stop him.
Omolo with that
Omolo,
service.
such a service, but it flies
out of court. KDF at 2 points, KPA at 1. Another service for the young side.
He is
Defense
Muya
Forces.
Collins
It's going
with
to
a
be a
signature jump serve there. Don't think there is any other way in which he served it. Chris Owala unable to sort of contain the power with which that ball was flying. Sends it out of court. KDF again.
Another jump serve.
Jump serve by Collins Muya.
Well picked by Sam Juma.
Picked by Sam Juma, and
Brian
Kamonde
Kamonde
gives it away rather simply. Kimutai
goes
finishes,
out of court.
but goes out of court.
Brian Kamonde goes on to serve for KPA. It's going to be a jump float.
Yeah, he has a signature flying service, Kamonde. He's featured severally for the national team. Collins
Still in
Muya.
play.
Brian Kamonde picks
Brian.
it.
Omolo fishing.
Oh,
Still in
that
play.
was almost a costly.
Osire. Ball is still in
Collins
play.
Muya.
Or will it be? And a quick attack there. The ball is still in play. No, it goes out of court. Quite unfortunate after such a fight. And a witty option there, giving that ball that was not perfectly received onto the center position. Not quite anticipated by the Kenya Defense Forces. Brian with
Look
another
at the way
service.
the libero there tried salvaging that. Libero Kenya Defense Forces. Kimtai again. Kimtai with that hit, but there is a net touch.
It's looking to be a really exciting match, this one. And it should be, considering that it's the last match that will determine who gets that remaining spot in the finals. The referee making a call.
Kimtai with the ball in hand.
Oh, there seemed to be an issue with
that technical bench there. I think Kelvin Omuse is being asked to exit that stage or don a
uniform for the Kenya Defence Forces. It's only the only way anyone can be identified as a member of a specific team, because literally anyone can sit on that bench.
Exactly.
Well set.
Kipchumba, Kevin
Beautiful
again,
attack.
hitting that ball straight hard onto the court. The libero Kenya Defence Forces could not pick it up. And Kelvin Kipchumba goes to serve. It's also a jump service for him. We'll see quite a number of those. Oh,
and a response.
Tooth for a tooth, and
an
eye
immediate
for an
response.
eye. Look at the way Econoid finishes that. Straight down the line. And the KPA side look on in disbelief. Service from KPA again. Elijah Bosire trying to give that away. Also on the other side.
Another powerful attack.
Powerful attack again.
Seems to have
but
flown.
It flies way out of court. Another service. Chris Owalo picks it up. It is Omolo still in play. Chris
Another
now
set.
spins it off, but there is a net touch there. Courtesy of the other Kimtai, Nick Kimtai, the setter, Kenya Defence Forces. Chris Owala paces just a bit, I think, to create space for that jump serve.
He does have a powerful jump serve if it's efficient.
It's nicely picked by Sam Juma. Econoid went in to kill it.
Still in play. It's an over-received ball.
There is an overreach as the referee makes that decision. Nick Kimtai and Econoid complaining there to the first referee, while Chris Owala readies himself for another service. Of course it is a jump service.
Another jump serve. This time round it really is effective. Bosire, Owala.
Chris Owala again.
It is picked.
Kimtai
Beautifully
picks it. Econoid, and it is Elijah Bosire. He made an assumption there. Nick Kimtai, the setter, Kenya Defence Forces. And it has come to bite.
KPA taking a 1-point lead.
It is Chris Owala again.
With that service. Another jump serve by Owala. Goes out of court.
That one, this time around, is too much for the 18-meter court. Nick Kimtai goes to serve. Coach Alio as well, having a word with his lads there.
Jump float that seemed to have gone out of court. Still in play.
Zachary Ochieng trying
Simple finish. Owala
was
well
off
picked.
the head of Zachary
Sam
there.
Juma.
It is
still in play.
This one is such a beautiful
Easily
rally.
picked. Bosire. Omolo doesn't go
unfortunately,
across the net.
Goes in too deep. Kenya Defence Forces are psyched up.
And interestingly that both coaches from both sides have played in the national team together.
Yeah, such
good to see
a wealth
that,
of experience there from the coaches there. It is Omolo. And this time around,
he does deliver.
Goes straight down the line. Hits Nick Kimtai, the setter there, who's having a conversation with the coach. Look at that replay there. Beautiful, beautiful finish from Omolo.
Indeed. It was a wonderful finish.
Zachary going to serve.
It's a jump float by Zachary.
Econoid
well
not
picked.
quite
well
picking
set.
it.
Wonderful set.
Oh, it is.
Well, that attacker
An
was
issue
slow
right there.
at reacting to that ball. Nonetheless, he does deliver that point. You would
Oh,
have
yes, he
expected
does.
some pomp in that attack, but unfortunately that did not happen.
Chris
well
Owala
picked.
not picking it.
Omolo.
Oh,
it's a block out.
like we said, it's a tooth for a tooth here.
Tooth for a
Tit
tooth.
for tat.
Nobody is letting go. Nobody is yet to run away with this first set. Busire with jump float.
Collins Muya sends it out flying. Nice attempt. Very beautiful swing there. But that ball goes flying out of court. It is Elijah Bosire with that service.
Another set.
Muya
again. Block. Still in play. No, it's not.
Nick Kimtai trying to pick it.
Good reaction by
we
Omolo
seem to
there.
have a very early change on the part of Kenya Defence Forces. They are bringing in the youngster again, Stephen Otieno, to replace Nick Kimtai in that setting department. Elijah Bosire, Stephen Otieno.
A simple pass.
Elijah Bosire, and it is Owala
who hits it out of
who
court.
is trusted with that job of doing that kill. Look at that build-up. Very nice pipe. Just that turn was a little bit too much.
And he really didn't have any challenge in terms of blocks.
Service.
The center blocker seemed to have lost step.
Mark Cheriot with that service nicely. Okay, not quite nicely picked by Owala.
Omolo.
And very beautiful block there by Josephat Karanja and his colleague Edward Kibet. Doing a very nice job in defending that.
Well picked by Owala.
Again. It
another
is
solid block.
Another solid block, courtesy of Collins Muya. That blocking line there seems to be working really well for the Kenya Defence Forces.
Indeed,
and,
it is.
Kevin Kipchumba stood no chance there, but Kamonde
in his
has been able to beat Josephat Karanja, whom, by the way, they played together at Strathmore University.
Interesting, really interesting that both came out as good as they are. It's the only reason they are on court today. Omolo with that jump serve.
With the jump service. Nicely picked there by Ekunoit. It is the setter who goes on to set it.
And literally
Edward.
hit Sam Juma. Caught him off guard, completely off guard.
Is Edward Kibet there, reining in hard with that attack. Sam Juma trying so hard to pick it. There is Collins Muya readying for that signature jump serve. Goes for it.
Well picked by Owala.
And it is Gamonde
once again.
who sort of just slips it across.
Kibet.
Another one.
Super diagonal
by Kibet.
That angle, I must say, is very difficult to get for any player considering the line of block. But he does,
the
and
KPA
twice.
Side, it is a lot of disbelief in the coach there. Collins Muya again. Chris Owala again in the same sequence.
Goes out of play once again.
And he's so confident that there is a touch out
on that ball.
And the referee there confirms it. Look at that. Swings it in. Yes, there was a touch off of the hands of Stephen Otieno.
Both teams yet to break away from the other.
13
We've
for
only
KPA.
been seeing a 1-point difference for a better part of this match. And not the finish that was expected.
Samoe is not able to quite pick it up. And Edward Kibet subsequently does not manage to convert.
And once again, Brian Kamonde goes on to serve. It's a 14-14 tie.
Another nice one. Samoe picks it this time around. It is Kibet. Again, Kibet.
Kibet is proving to be difficult to contain.
Another resounding hit.
In this first set.
Look at that replay there. I think it looks even better in slow-mo.
Indeed, it does.
And he goes to serve. Owala again.
Bosire trying to be witty. He doesn't. Well defended.
Able to contain him. Or they contain Ekunoit. Again, the referee asking for the captain there. Omolo having that conversation with the first referee there. And asking the captain to control his teammates and do the job they are supposed to do on court.
Kelvin Mita serving for KPA, another jump serve. Not the best of receptions, it's a simple finish.
Omolo picks it.
Sets it. Who will it be?
Oh,
Omolo.
it is a pipe. Such a beautiful pipe.
Very wonderful.
Very witty set
finish
there by Elijah Bosire.
Indeed, it
an
is,
interesting
I
finish.
think, capitalizing on his best attackers to get as many points as he can. Kelvin once again goes on to serve. It's a jump serve. Today they seem to be really effective.
And
there we have it. Zeki Ochieng.
Such a beautiful dunk by Zeki Ochieng.
Again, Kelvin with that service. 2 points ahead, and the coach, Kenya Defence Forces, Elisha Aliwa, calling that timeout.
Yes, 2 points ahead, Kenya Ports Authority for the very first time, by the way. Let's listen in to the coaches and what they are telling the players. Kenya Ports Authority coach James Ontere was featured for the national team and also on the professional side, having a conversation there with Kipchumba. And just generally the entire team. Kenya Ports Authority delaying just for a few seconds to get back on court. But there they are. It is Kipchumba again, who goes to serve. It is a jump service, nicely picked by Kibet there. Josephat Karanja goes for the kill. But, and yes, he does. Let's have a look at that again. Sam Juma tried salvaging it, displacing Omolo in the process.
Omolo picks that. Bosire,
Wala raining in hard.
Again, it's picked
Collins
easily.
Muya decides to give it away.
Finish. Who will it be?
Omolo. Oh yes, he does.
A bit sluggish on that takeoff. Perfect timing nonetheless. It would have easily been too high for him had it
Look
delayed
at that replay.
anymore.
Beautiful, beautiful pipe. Very nice swing by
just a curve
Dennis
at the center of
Omolo.
the
Is Chris Owala with the service again.
Well served by Owala.
Very nice. Kibet picks it.
And a quick 3-ball.
And that is
very quick attack.
Surgical finish there by Cheruyot Mak. Stephen Otieno with the service. Sam Juma picks it nicely.
Bosire Elijah.
It is Kipchumba who picks it. Otieno. And Samoei sets it. Muya gives it rather easily.
Well picked. Bosire.
It is.
Omolo.
Oh, there is a net touch by
I was a net touch.
Cheruyot.
Probably he tried as much as he could to block that ball.
Now,
seeing as Omolo has been consistent in his attackers.
Ochieng there.
And there seemed to
Zeki
be a possible substitution.
Going to serve.
That the coach has
potential there.
Sent away. Another serve, a simple serve.
Nice one.
Well picked.
Stephen Otieno. Muya reins in hard.
It's on court.
And it sort of is just a very free attack there for Collins Muya, who has that very nice jump. Look at that. In fact, Elijah Bosire failed to attempt that block. And Ekunoit with a service. Nicely done. Omolo.
Bosire.
Bosire manages to hold it.
And I think
Brian
Kamonde was a bit slow in
he,
reacting for that ball since it was an over-received ball.
And
Bosire
now
was basically saving it.
Kenya Defence Forces are on level terms with the Ports Authority.
Each team having 19
Kamonde
again,
confirms
a confirmation
it's a beautiful
of
thing
the
actually,
same.
that Elijah Bosire trusts his attackers. Look at that.
And really,
Kamonde nails it.
Has not faltered from the beginning of this match. I think
No,
that
he hasn't.
is the reason.
Kibet again.
Backcourt defense has a major issue for KPA, making it difficult for them to really. And again, the setter is doing a good job at splitting those blocks.
There is a change.
There seems to be a change for KDF. Jersey number 4. Mark Cheriot stepping out.
And
in
he actually
comes
serves
jersey
it
number 11,
out
Anthony Chimai, who serves it
out of court. You can see James Ontere there trying to, you know, he can be a little animated. James Ontere, they are making another change.
Another change
Kenya
for
Ports
KPA
Authority.
with number 4,
Bitok,
Kevin Mita
Wesley.
stepping out. And Wesley Kibitok stepping in
to replace him there. Dennis Omolo with that service. Ekunoit doesn't pick it quite well. And it is Muya who has to give it away as a free ball. How will it be used? It is, of course, Dennis Omolo who goes in for that kill, but goes way too far away from that white line. These gentlemen are on level terms. Collins Muya again at the side court.
By Collins. Omolo picks it. Kamonde.
Oh, what a nailing.
Classic finish by Kamonde. That spot jump, really handy.
Chris Owala there encouraging Omolo that it's not yet over, as well as the coach. And now Brian Kamonde prepares to perform the ritual. Signature float. Samoe picks it. Stephen. Oh, this time around they contain him. They contain Edward Kibet
Probably
there.
They figured that his stronghold is the diagonal, so you close the
Another
diagonal.
timeout. Look at that in slow-mo. It is Zeki Ochieng who does the job. Zeki Ochieng who does it. And now we get to listen in again to the Kenya Ports Authority coach having a conversation with his side. James Ontere there.
Lakini sisi tunataka kukata block kabisa, na ni block moja na sio tatu. Sawa? Hiyo kwanza tutoke. Finishing tumalize. Finishing tuangalie score. Nani kata kidogo, kata. Anafika. Tunazama makosa mapema.
KPA in the lead at 23 against KDF 21. Kamonde goes on to serve for KPA. KPA only required 2 points to pocket this first set. Really setting pace for how they're going to move forward onto the next set. Kamonde with that service.
Again.
Well
Otieno,
set.
Edward.
Again, the diagonal position.
This time around, Zeki did not get to where he was supposed to be able to perform that defense. Josephat Karanja steps out to be replaced by Wechuli.
Well picked, Bosire.
Oh, what
Perfect
a finish.
Combination.
What a finish there. And Samoa is left asking his colleagues what happened.
And
Make another change.
substitution.
Kenya
Elijah Bosire
Ports Authority.
stepping out. And in comes jersey number 5, Mika Lemoy.
Lemoy he steps in. Kibitok with the service. It is a nice service. Ekunoit picks it,
to
not
see
the best.
It doesn't go
and
across.
also it dictates how that attack comes in.
And it's a wrap.
It is a wrap.
KPA running away with the first set with a 3-point margin at 25-22.
Look at how that happened. Edward Kibet rising high above Wechuli there, but then hitting that ball just on the net.
Really, when it counted.
It is Kenya Ports Authority who've been able to sustain that onslaught, winning this. And look at how Kenya Ports Authority side beaming with excitement there.
Wanyama there.
Wanyama having a conversation with Chris on how he should have done.
Left position.
And Kelvin Omuse looking on as the team has that tete-a-tete there, unable to play. Chris Owala conversing with his colleagues there, his teammates, as both first team to qualify for the finals of this Kenya Pipeline at 50 Cup Championship is Trailblazers.
The first men's team.
Yes, rather the first men's team. Thank you for that correction. On the women's side, we
the
have...
first one as class position or presence tomorrow on court against the just concluded semi-final for the ladies Kenya Commercial Bank. It will be a fight to the finish. Will KPC maintain or rather win and put the cherry, so to speak, on the cake of this tournament that is really home for them, or will it be Kenya Commercial Bank? For men, we are yet to see who the second one will be. It could turn out to be a 5-setter just like the one that was completed in the Nyayo National Stadium. A lucky day for TVC, like you said.
They have fought to the end and they were able to eliminate General Service Unit. The second set is underway. Remember, the first set ended 25-22 in favor of the Ports Authority. Ama Bandari ukiweza wanaocheza dhidi ya Ulinzi hapa katika uga huu wa Moi Kasarani. Tunakuletea mchuano huu moja kwa moja kupitia Homeboys TV, channel yako pale kwenye Signet, ama kama unapenda mambo ya kidijitali basi Homeboys TV kwenye mtandao wa YouTube. Tunakuletea mazungumzo haya moja kwa moja ikiwa wako Emmanuel Yegon naye
Florence Bosire.
The second set is serving off. It is Ekunoit serving. Nicely picked by Chris Owala, and Brian Kamonde sort of just pushes it over the net.
That jump really giving him an added advantage.
From that elevated point of view,
exactly,
he has all the view. Again, Elijah Bosire.
Still in play. Still in play. That diagonal, that stubborn diagonal position.
Sam Juma there and Dennis Omolo. Look at that beautiful finish by, again, Edward Kibet of Kenya Defence Forces.
It's a jump float by KDF. I said, ball is still in play.
There by Kipchumba. And
Kamonde not quite
gives
receiving
it,
and as he should.
Kibet takes advantage of that.
And a quick point.
Free ball. They go to serve. Kenya Defence Forces.
Owala with that pick, not the best.
Kipchumba
that
training in hard
once again.
Stephen Otieno.
It's a simple finish.
And now a simple finish by Ekunoit. Sam Juma picks it.
Kamonde
hits it hard On
seems
court.
to be a net touch.
Oh, there is. Oh, it actually goes out, but there
It
is
does go out of court.
a touch on that net.
The desperation to block that ball. There we have the replay. Such a powerful jump.
Powerful hit as
and
well.
An equally powerful hit.
Goes a little out of play. Omolo with that service. Samoei picks it rather easily. It is, oh my. It is Collins Muya.
Collins Muya with that.
Look at that slow motion there.
Strong
Stephen
attack.
Otieno as well playing really well compared to...
Indeed, he is splitting those blocks.
Nick Kimtai there.
Making it very easy for these attackers to make the points that they desperately need. Some confusion,
Owala goes in hard. Stephen Otieno.
Otieno once again.
Edward
Diagonal.
Kibet.
Always there diagonal.
With another hit. Cross court. And no one is leaving the coach, James Ontere, asking questions. It's Muya again with the service.
And it's well picked. Osire. Well, there is another net touch
on the KDF side. Brian Kamunde
goes on to serve. KDF are currently in the lead at 4 points against 3 of KPA. The tight...
Samoei picks it up nicely. Stephen Otieno. It is
a solid block.
Edward Kibet who is stopped there by Zeki Ochieng and Co. Kamonde again.
Another jump float by Brian Kamonde.
Again,
beautiful set.
Nicely picked by Chris Owala. Dennis Omolo.
And that block is a 3-man block,
but it's
right?
a 3-man block.
We should
essentially a wall
see that
there.
In,
look at that slow-mo there.
They know.
Very nice swing, but Edward Kibet and Wechuli there are up to the task. Edward Kibet goes to serve.
Well saved. Owala.
He's the one who again, Muya is the
Owala.
one. And
Once
Owala,
again.
in quick succession, that one is able to...
Very powerful attack by Chris Owala.
Look at that replay there. Very nice finish. Stephen Otieno jumps up but doesn't block.
Such a disappointing turn of events after such a beautiful point by Chris Owala.
Yes.
The service out of court at this point, giving KDF a lead in the for the first time in this set. And another serve on the net.
Service error by Wechuli there.
Could it be a case of nerves slowly creeping in?
Probably.
Probably.
It's level. And Ontere is having a conversation with Chris Owala there about service.
Who we think will be having a jump serve. Whenever those jump serves are effective, they really gather a lot of points for KPA. And it's easily picked, easily set.
Picks it rather
on
casually,
the net.
Edward Kibet. And Collins Muya wasn't able to convert. Collins Muya is donning jersey number 12. Chris Owala with a service again.
Another jump serve.
Samoei picks it up nicely. Is it
Well
Econoid?
set.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hands a point off of the hands of Zeki Ochieng there. Stephen Otieno goes to serve. Nicely picked by Owala. It is Omolo. Saved by Otieno there. Econoid again. Kipchumba back to Dennis Omolo, who manages to finished that off very beautifully. He wears a very nice, bright smile on his face. Look at that slow-mo. Hits that ball in the middle of the hands of Collins Muya. Kipchumba and Wala finishes it. Almost is a free attack. He lands on the floor, but he's finished the job. Chris Owala. Hansa Kimbo on coach Aliwa. Zeki again. Ekonoit picks it, goes to finish it, and yes, he does. Such a beautiful finish from Ekonoit there, who, look at that in slow motion. Dennis had it, but Omolo, and it goes out of court, off of the hands of Collins Muya there. Elijah Bosire goes to serve.
It's a simple serve.
Oh, it was
such... goes out of... actually, on the net.
The intention was clear, yes. And he actually would have found the receivers on this other end off guard.
Seeing that he has been
coach there having a
conversation
with him. KDF with a service. Owala picks it, and it is such a monster block by Collins Muya.
Very powerful block.
Let's have a replay of that in slow-mo to just look at that. The swing is right. Just that
it's a one-man
whoever
block,
is on the other end of the net.
Basically stopping him.
Another pick by Owala, and Kamonde cementing his presence in the middle there, beating his colleague on the opposite side of the net. Wichuli. Dennis Omolo with the service.
Going to be a jump serve once again.
Oh, it hits that tip.
Unfortunately, for KPA,
coach,
it's still a tightly knit set.
The coach there closing his eyes in disbelief. Such a narrow miss. Collins Muya. Jump service as well. I almost thought it was going away. Kipchumba is left alone. Beautiful set by Elijah Bosire there. Considering all the defenders on the other side were looking towards the Chris Owala side.
Anticipating that it will be given to him. Brian Kamonde once again with that serve.
Edward Kibet hits it out of court this time around.
The line area of attack not being his strongest element. He has gained a lot of points from the diagonal, and a very, very deep diagonal at that. It means that he really does jump high while attacking those balls. Brian Kamonde with the service.
Again, Samoe goes for it. Oh, he
did cross
is able to touch the net in the process of finishing off that ball. Wechuli.
It's a timeout.
It's a timeout by
Kenya Defence Forces.
3-point lead for Kenya Ports Authority. Again, not a position they like to find themselves in, KDF. But here they are. Let's listen in to what Coach Aliwa is going to say. Sonko there serving his team members. Coach Aliwa having a conversation with the lads.
Brian Kamonde goes on once again to serve for KPA, who are currently in the lead.
3 points.
3 points.
Such
lead.
a solid lead.
It is, considering that they have been at par ever since the start of this match.
Kamonde goes to serve. Samoe picks it. Stephen Otieno. It is the same spot.
The diagonal.
The diagonal.
His strong point is
Brian
the diagonal.
Kamonde wasn't there on time. And Edward Kibet earns that point and goes over to the service court for that essential ritual.
It's on court.
Dennis Omolo.
It's on court. It
Court
did
of
look
guard
like
there.
it was flying out of court, but
13-14. A very
close
avoidable
margin.
mistake on
Very,
the part
very.
of Dennis Omolo, who qualifies for that national team call-up because of his passing duties and accuracy.
Indeed, an attribute that is really considered to determine a good left attacker.
Yes.
You need to be able to have good backcourt defense as well as good reception. So
Then Kipchumba with a jump serve, nicely picked by Edward Kibet, who follows it up with that beautiful pipe. And
that is the slow-mo. You can see the faking that
yes, actually,
the center blocker did. Really coming up with the blockers.
It's almost a challenge there by Kenya Ports.
It's out of court.
Kipchumba sends it out of court. It's 15-15.
They have managed to narrow that gap, or rather close it.
Yes.
A 3-point lead is really, really
such a margin.
Solid.
Oichuli with the service. Owala goes for
Owala,
it. It is Owala.
It's going to be Owala, definitely.
Oh, yes. Off of the hands of Stephen Otieno there.
A lot of power behind that
young
ball.
man who has been trusted with this huge mandate by Coach Aliwa.
Absolutely.
Considering there are two other setters.
Indeed. I think it's really how the form of a particular player that determines how the team performs. Well
Aliwa
set.
with that service, and
A
this
solid
time
block.
around that
Omolo.
pipe is stopped. Sam Juma encourages his colleague there.
Again, the referee
Dennis,
making that call.
Look at that in slow-mo. Just how Dennis Omolo was able to contain that pipe being played by Edward Kibet, who's really perfected his art, the art of, passing that ball and just following through with that pipe.
I think it sets space for the momentum moving forward. You want to receive well. That way, when you're given that ball, you will attack well.
Another one from Chris Owala.
Another diagonal.
And another diagonal hit from the gentleman, Econoit, and the coach, Kenya Ports Authority coach, James Ontere, having a conversation with Zeki Ochieng there. Stephen Otieno serves.
Not the best of receptions.
Not the best of sets either.
And
Stephen Otieno, Econoit again, but this time around,
saving the day.
A one-man block.
He does save the day. There was no stopping that attack.
Wow. Several parts on the back for Zeki Ochieng. Look at that in slow-mo. Just one man.
He just took a risk and went for it.
Took a risk.
You can see the frustration.
On the face of Econoit, he serves Zeki. Nicely picked by Econoit himself again. Oh, he's able to finish it off. Chariot. There was no one on the backcourt to pick it.
And he goes on
and,
to serve.
Econoit goes to serve.
Well picked by Owala.
Kamonde
again,
hits it
seems
squarely
to be
on the net.
A really low set.
Dennis Omolo cringes on the other side of court, almost as if to say, I was just right here, man.
I can imagine, but again, you want to break that anticipation by the opponent.
Econoit with a net serve.
The head coach really, really frustrated by that mistake.
I don't think he actually saw it because he was having a
did
conversation
not see
with
it. I think he would have had his head
with Chuli there.
Bosire goes on to serve.
Bosire with that service. Edward Kibet, and because of that poor
Faulty
passing there,
reception, yes.
it affected every other thing that followed there. 20-point mark.
20.
Elijah Bosire with the service that he's wanted to make. Oh, it is still in play. Now it is the libero.
Set.
Muya,
Well
nicely
done.
picked there. Oh, it is Omolo,
Omolo.
who finishes it. There is quite
Inside.
some knock there. Just
There was no communication.
Just
There
a
seems
slight
to
injury
be
there
contact
by
between
Kipchumba Kevin.
Sam Juma also
And they are
seeming to
sort
be...
of delaying. There is such an... I think there was a knock between the two
There
players.
was both attempted
Sam Juma
to go for that
and,
block, that dodge, yeah?
and Kipchumba.
Hoping
we hope
that
it
it's
is
nothing
not
serious.
But that is the effort that you put in for the team.
You fight to the end.
Yes, they have made another change. Kenya Defence Forces, resting Stephen Otieno from the setting department and bringing in Nick Kimtai.
Not sure whether that call is really
yes
a
at
smart
this
one.
point in time. I don't think it is the best. Nonetheless, it has been done. Kipchumba seems to be okay. He was thinking of, he thought he could still continue.
And there seems to be another
But
change.
they are making the change because of that knock. And Kibitok comes
Really
back
giving him time
on court. Elijah
settle
Bosire.
down. And a serve on the net.
He was
by
a
Elijah
little bit
Bosire.
quick
I think
with that service.
that
The coach is asking why.
Whatever happened really made him lose his momentum in the service.
Making
And,
another change, Kenya Defence Forces bringing back Josephat Karanja to replace Wechuli. And they go back to serve. KDF, nicely picked by Ezekiel Cheng. Who is it going to be?
Bosire.
Dennis Omolo.
Still playable?
Oh, it was still playable.
I think he gave up too
But he gave up too quickly. It's 22 KPA.
19.
KDF 19. Cheruyot Mark there would have made a run for it.
He would, and definitely would have gotten to that ball. I think he just gave up too early. Omolo there with the service is going to be a jump serve.
It's a float, actually. You ask me. Ekunoit. Oh, that is a straight hit.
A very
Straight down
strong
the line.
hit.
Straight down the line. All referees think that, look at that in slow-mo. We'll also be able to determine whether he hit it on court. It actually
Indeed,
is
it
on court.
I think they're so used to him hitting in the diagonal.
Muya with that service, nicely
Well
picked
picked by
by...
Sam Juma.
Oh, that one
Confusion
is
in the...
an issue. Oh,
And Sam
right.
Juma picks
That one
it.
is
Will they
still in
salvage
place. Sam Juma, now they are
Owala.
ready, the defenders. And Owala beats them all. And he points to his service. Let's look at that in slow-mo.
Such
Chris
a wonderful,
Owala
wonderful display.
beating Josephat Karanja there.
Above his blocks, actually.
And Ekunoit on the backcourt could not do anything.
It's 23 KPA, 20 KDF.
Brian Monde with that service. This
Another
time
diagonal,
around,
this time round,
Edward.
it was blocked. Another
Oh,
block,
again.
and a net
Oh, there is
touch.
a net touch from Zeki. But they had managed to
They did
contain
well in
Edward
containing.
Kibet, who's been very consistent
In his attacks.
with that diagonal hit. He goes to serve Edward.
And a jump float.
Oh, yes. I almost thought it would
Saved
hit
it,
the net.
Owala.
And
Well
it will come back
picked.
like an arrow, that
Who
one.
will it be?
And
Just
yes,
a simple dodge.
Kibitok, Hansa Kimbo. The
And
coach
it's 23 KPA, 22 KDF.
is not having it. Look at that. Simple placement there.
Possible
and there was
timeout
someone
by-
who was able to pick it, but he didn't. Kibitok. James Ontere will definitely have something to say, so we cross over. to that timeout by KPA. Listen in.
Lazima tutoke kwa net tuende tuchukue hiyo ball. Ndio. Kama tujaenda block lazima tujipee shughuli. Hatuwezi kuenda kusimama tu hata sisi hatuko tumebakisha watu wangapi? Watano. Lazima tusote tujitume. Ndio tuanze na catch hapo kwanza. Catch moja. Boy. Sorry.
They are back on court, Kenya Ports Authority. They are leading by just a point. They had a 2-point lead, which they have unfortunately given away. So it's just 1 point between these two teams. And it is Edward Kibet in the service court.
Just 1 point shy of equalizing.
Kibet again. And
on the net.
Kibitok does
an
not.
Expensive error there.
Is not able to send that ball across, and he's replaced by Kipchumba.
And
I think
it's 23
errors in succession.
Very, very dangerous.
Very expensive at this point in time. Edward Kibet, nice, easy service. Will it? Oh, they stop him. Josephat Karanja
for KDF.
And Chris Owala is a little bit disappointed, if you may, shaking his head. Look at that in slow-mo. Very quick rise, yes, but Josephat Karanja.
And he serves out.
Ball goes out of court.
Another very expensive
error. Point given.
Especially at this
Owala
point in the set.
Having a conversation. They are making another change, KPA. Elijah Bosire steps out.
Jeff steps in. Probably the coach trying to solidify the block.
Defense tactic. Nicely
Who will it be?
Oh, it is in play.
Still in play.
Nice attempt by Dennis Omolo there. I think he slipped just a bit.
He did.
In the process of retrieving that. Look at that in slow-mo.
Well, the responsibility
Ekunoit
lies
raining in hard. Nicely served, nicely picked by Dennis Omolo. It is Owala. It is still in play. Oh, there is a net touch. There is a net touch.
Unfortunate. And really unfortunate.
There is quite some disagreement there. You can see the coach wondering what happened there. But the first referee has made the call.
And the point
quite a bit of
going to
disagreement, and Samoei, the libero. Coach Aliwa is not having it.
Well, there's a consultation between the two referees.
Asking the tough questions.
Wanting to know
first
what
and second
exactly
referees
happened.
there. Coach Aliwa pacing up and down, because that is a very crucial point.
It really is a crucial point
of the game. Look at what happened. It is
foreseeing common ruling,
who seems to have landed on this side of the court.
Did he?
Yes, it is a common ball, but again, Coach Aliwa is not having it. Disappointed look on his face.
And again, the pressure that is
it's 25
in this match. You cannot afford to concede any point, let alone lose one.
Jameson Tere asking his captain to that point.
Ball is still in play. Who will it be? It's out. And
they are saying there's a touch out, but that's unlike it.
Unfortunately,
that
the referee maintains.
That's it. Let's look at it. Is there a block touch?
There is none.
There's actually no touch on that
none whatsoever.
Ball. And Kenya Ports Authority will, of course, start or have a conversation there about what happened, because they stood a chance of finishing. Coach Aliwa there having a conversation with Nick Kimtai, a setter who came in to replace Stephen Otieno, whom I think has really played well.
Indeed, he has.
Up to that point where he was replaced, he's fought really well. Stephen
And his
Otieno.
replacement has really done well for himself also. He did not disappoint.
Yeah, I
That
think
substitution.
you had
some reservations
about
there. It, considering the momentum that the first setter had picked. You don't want to break that momentum. James Ontere is a really disappointed coach right now. They were in the lead up to the 23-point mark. It was at one point 23-20. And KDF coming from behind and securing that set, making it one set apiece for both teams.
Well, it is first set ended at 25-22 in favor of KPA, and the Kenya Defence Forces have robbed this one from the Dockers 26-24. Of course, with a little altercation there towards the end. Zeki Ochieng there, who failed to make that kill at the 25th mark.
But there's some form of tension.
Of course, again,
after
Bosire
that happened,
did disagree with Owala at some point. But here we are, ladies and gents, the the assistant coach, Kenya Defence Forces, handing over that list of players for the next set to the referee, the second referee, Mr. Togoch. Look at that bench there from Kenya Defence Forces. Everyone at least can feel the heat of this match. It's
absolutely,
not as
there's a lot of
obvious,
tension building up right now.
Who will win it?
You can't quite tell who is going to take this match. Both teams equal to the task. Both teams able to take this match and really secure a position in the finals against the Trailblazers volleyball team that just beat General Service Unit earlier on. A 5-set thriller that ensured that they book a spot in the finals. It wasn't expected, knowing the level of play of the General Service Unit. But the game of volleyball is full of surprises, and that is really one of them.
And the Kasarani Indoor Arena is slowly but surely filling up. I'm certain that by tomorrow, during the finals, we will have all these seats occupied for the finals, ladies and also men. So if you've not been able to get here today, then be sure to attend tomorrow, because it is the final of the Kenya Pipeline at 50 Volleyball Cup Championships.
And slowly getting back into the start of the third set. Some consultation there. We have the players from Kenya Prisons, Nairobi Prisons and Kenya Commercial Bank having a chat. Elisha Aliwa having a chat with the players, telling them, or rather instructing them on what to do as they advance in to the third set. Remember that this is the third set of the last semi-final for this Kenya Pipeline at 50 Cup Championship. KPA facing it off with KDF. KPA taking the first set 25-22, KDF taking the just concluded set 26-24.
Coach Aliwa at least can afford to wear a smile on his face.
Indeed.
Just a few minutes ago, it was a totally different face. Elijah Bosire having a conversation with Owala there, who feels like they had a chance
of course
winning that set.
Every mistake in that set really came to bite them, because they happened at a very technical point, or crucial point, I should say, of that set. Elijah Bosire serving. James Ontere can only hope that his corrections are going to reflect in the performance of this set.
Elijah Bosire readies himself to serve. There's an issue with the infrastructure here, trying to close the doors that are letting in sunlight. It's a little bit harsh on the team that is on this side, that is facing that direction. James Ontere conversing with Dennis Omolo there. And this set, the third set of the final semi-finals, the last semi-final.
The last semi-final in this championship. Not the best of receptions.
And
another error.
Brian Gamonde gives it away. On
Brian
the other
Gamonde.
end, Edward Kibet is ready. And he takes advantage of that loose overpass.
The jump float, well picked, Owala.
Oh, it is Gamonde who hangs for just a bit mid-air before
sure that,
finishing that off. Look at that in slow-mo. Just waiting before Karanja, Josephat Karanja even, thought about taking that jump. It was long over.
On the net.
Dennis Omolo frustrated, but he's given away that point rather easily. Collins Muya. I think we have two individuals who only have one way of serving, following each other on either side. Sam Juma picks it nicely.
Once
Omolo.
again, an error in setting.
Look at that.
Well picked by Sam Juma.
By Sam Juma.
Or will it
Omolo
be
again.
Omolo again?
With that dodge, it will be a costly one.
Again.
Chris Owala.
Trying to go for that dodge.
Bosire. Bit disappointed having been able to pick that. And it's Muya again.
The jump
I think
serve by
there's nothing
Muya.
frustrating
Bosire.
for hits that ball. Crosses over. For a minute there, I thought that looking at it actually in slow-mo, actually noticed that, the ball had landed before he crossed. But for a moment there, I was actually worried about, the safety of the other guys on
Still
the
in play.
other side of the net.
Unfortunately. Well, that
was a good one
quite
there.
a surprise.
From Kipchumba there, Kevin.
More so because it wasn't expected.
2 points ahead, KDF. With
Another
a net
serve on
serve
the net.
from Edward Kibet. I hope it does not come back to bite at the tail end of this set.
So going to
Here
be
we
another
go.
jump serve.
Chumba just decides to spin it a bit. Ekunoit hits it way above Elijah Bosire. And Kipchumba is not able to pick it. Look at that. In fact, just right after, where Elijah Bosire's block ends. Owala.
It's a block out.
Passes it and swings it in.
So much similarity in how Owala plays compared to how Omolo plays.
Yep.
So much momentum, so much
But I
effort.
think he has more power.
He does have more power.
On his attacks, even on his services.
It's a
Oh,
block.
that was such a beautiful block from the trio. I think Zeki again is involved. The rebounds from that hits the libero Samoe and goes off court. Chris Owala again, taking his team to level terms.
The jump serve.
Another nice
strong
one.
Jump serve.
Samoe picks it up, straight up. Ekunoit. Oh, and Omolo is quick enough.
Or will it be?
Oh, no.
And the net saves it.
Net saves it. There is some sliding involved.
A lot of sweating, I think, because
James
of so
Ontere
much
is
movement.
not having it. cheers his team on. KDF 1 point ahead. And it's Nick Kimtai serving. Owala picks it nicely. Zeki is the one who sort of puts in quite some power, and he gets that touch out of the hands of gentleman Econoid. And it is Zeki again. With the service, Econoid picks it up nicely.
By Equinoid. It's out
Muya
of play.
Who sends it out of play.
There was no touch on that ball, I think. He
Look
really
at that
hoped that there was a
replay.
touch.
He hoped, wished.
It really seemed like it was.
But
unfortunately, that point goes to KPA.
Zeki again.
Well served by
Econoid.
Zeki. Econoid.
It is
Well
still
picked
in
by
play.
Owala.
Is it Owala? It is Omolo who
Omolo
hesitates
trying
just
to
a bit.
Save that
Again,
ball.
Muya.
It's a dodge.
And the two gentlemen couldn't agree. Chris Owala is on the floor. I think Omolo would have been in a position to finish that.
Best position to finish that, but it was more in the center position than it was the far
Econoid
end.
at the serving court. They try wiping the KPA side of the court because there's been a lot of sliding involved on that part of the court.
Equinoid getting ready to jump float on the net.
He does it to the net.
So many mistakes
And the
in the
coach,
serving of these balls.
and Akimbo, his hand on his chin, wondering what's happening. Oh, it is in
ball
play.
is still in play, is it?
Oh, it is.
Well played. Who will it
Who
be?
is it?
Sam Juma?
Oh, yes.
Not.
Kipchumba finishes it.
A simple pick. Who will it be?
Muya, and it is
Again,
still in
Sam
play.
Juma.
Oh,
It goes out,
good effort
unfortunately.
from Sam Juma. He's picked up there by the coach and his colleague Owala. 7 for KDF, 8 for KPA. Service to KDF.
Proceeded with that set.
Omolo beating the duo Josephat Karanja and Edward Kibet. Chariot Mark walks away. He's having a conversation with his friends. Omolo.
Well, jump serve.
I think is an issue with the scoring. And that is such a beautiful, beautiful block. Holding Edward Kibet. Look at that in slow-mo.
It's like hitting the ball into a human wall.
That is what Brian Kamonde is for his team. There is a correction in the scoring. It's 10-8. Omolo gives it away as smoothly. It is Muya who hits it hard. A frustrated Chris Owala is not able to block that ball back on court. Muya responsible for that point. Jumps up to serve. It is nicely picked by Sam Juma. A lot of experience. Before Brian Kamonde goes in with a kill. And Aliwa is not happy with the services of, look at that replay. He's almost alone there. Coach Aliwa bringing in Wechule. Brian Kamonde with the service. Oh, it just rolls over the net. Thankfully, crosses over.
It's well defended.
Omolo
By
who
Omolo,
picks it.
another.
And Nick Kimtai.
And I think it's
He's
just
too
the power
strong.
behind that push.
Too
that,
strong for
secured.
Chris Owala.
And
look at that in slow-mo.
There is a trick in how you attack such a ball.
Yes.
You want to make sure your opponent touches it first.
And
then use it to push them down.
While they earned that point beautifully, Edward Kibet gives it away. Sonko in the KPA bench. Happy
Psyching
about
up the team.
how it's going so far.
Well said.
Ekunoit, Sam Juma.
Juma. Who will it be?
And again, Dennis Omolo overstepping
Not sure
his
whether that
mandate
is
there.
allowed. James Ontere
It will cost
complaining
him.
that ball really rested longer
Let's
than
look
it
at
should.
that.
Like
Yes, actually,
he
out
did
of
catch it and
the
throw
action
it down.
there and the slow-mo, he actually
That ball
held
did
that
rest
ball for quite a bit
longer than.
Dennis Omolo is having a conversation with the first referee there.
The referee maintaining.
Doesn't seem
that
quite
indeed
get
was
it.
okay.
He's wondering why are you complaining.
Again, different
And
referees.
I think they've been vindicated.
Karma, so to speak.
Yeah.
Not sure about that,
The
but
coach,
again.
James Ontere, is not having it. He's saying that dunk
wasn't.
I think James Ontere will have to hold his peace.
And a caution to the referee.
Now
From the referee to the head
been,
coach. And a yellow card
I think it
to
is
the coach.
The player actually.
I think the frustration really that came from
the player who's been. I do not understand that penalization because coaches have been asking their players to come closer in the case of a possible substitution. Flo, James Ontere rather, is wondering why that yellow card was given, considering there are two players seated on the KDF bench as well. Owala, yes,
and a beautiful serve
beautiful
by Owala.
Service, nicely blocked, but it's not sufficient.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Good attempt nonetheless. That yellow card was uncalled for because now you see Josephat Karanja walking away from that bench.
Absolutely.
Just in case the referee decides to equal that, it is
Again,
still in
a
play.
simple finish.
What reception was that?
Omolo.
And Omolo cements that. Look at that in slow-mo. Omolo hits it hard, beating Collins Muya. They are 2 points ahead, KPA. Zekio Ching with the service. It is still in play.
Bosire,
Omolo, and it lands fair and square on court.
Failed to pick that rebound. Beautiful,
It
beautiful
is Mark
block.
Who does the job. And it is Ekunoit with a service.
Well picked. Again, a
Chumba
powerful attack.
and Nick Kimtai sort of defends his face there.
Indeed, it was a hard
Giving away
hit.
that point.
And Bosire goes on to serve for KPA.
Bosire for KPA.
Who have maintained their 2-point lead. It's a dodge again.
Again, Omolo was too far to be able to pick any of those eventualities in the name of a dodge. Chris Owala seems to be having an issue with his fellow players. Mark there.
Well picked, well set. Too close to the net.
Too close to the net.
There really wasn't anything he would have done.
And Muya is there to stop them.
There really was little that he could have done to
Kibet there gives him a pat on the
make
back.
through.
Mark with the service again. Nicely picked by
Well
Owala.
picked. Well set.
This time around, oh, it is still in play. And he hits
goes
it on the net.
The frustration.
And they might just make that change that they wanted to.
Terrible, terrible mistake. You don't want to hit balls on the net. There is no saving that. And KPA are now trailing at 15 against 16.
It's a timeout. First one for this set.
Indeed. KDF have taken, I would think, 3 or 4 points consecutively. And that should be a cause for alarm. Let's listen in to Ontere.
James Ontere, the coach, Kenya Ports Authority.
Kevo, mpira imeng'ang'aniwa, umeleta, alafu tunajaza ndani ya neti. Makosa hivi, ndio? Lazima tucheze na timu pia tuwapatie hata ile morali ya support ya kucheza, sio? Hebu tu receive moja tutoke hapo. Hiyo ni S1. S1 Lilo kwa wapi? Lilo. Sumeida time out tusaidia. Hebu tukate hiyo mpira na mali tunakati yako sana.
Wewe unajua kitu mimi nataka at least. Unaona kusaidia nani? Weka juu because mimi ni jam setter. Niweza hata kusukuma hiyo mpira hivi. Haya sawa. Unajua inaninyima hiyo option ya
And we're back with a continuation of the third set, with KDF leading at 16 against 15 of Kenya Ports Authority.
Coach Aliwa pacing up and down. Mark with that service. Chris. And Nick Kimtai there trying to salvage what Kibet and Wechuli were not able to. Molo goes to serve. It's level here to the Kasarani Indoor Arena.
Not the strongest
of
service.
Look
there
at
we
that.
have it, another super diagonal.
Monday again.
By
it's that diagonal one. Looks like Wanyama is getting ready. Collins Muya. Ready with that jump service. Also not
well picked by
the
Sam Juma.
best that we've seen.
Spin.
And Brian Kamonde.
Brian.
They blinked. They lost it. Coach Aliwa is furious at his middle blocker there, because Brian Kamonde was able to beat him. And there's an error in reception.
Still going
there.
to be an attack.
That attack subsequently becoming troublesome. Chaliwa is asking his libero Samoe there to pick that better next time. Brian Kamonde again. His signature service proving to be troublesome, right? For these guys.
KDF.
Away. Hits it out of court. And you can see Edward Kibet asking his setter, Kim Tai, why he did not trust him.
Kamonde still at the service coach. KPA back on the lead. Easily picked.
Play.
Again.
And again.
That powerful attack.
Way above Zeki and Kevin. Look at that in slow-mo. Edward Kibet rises high. In fact, he hits it between the two guys, Zeki Ochieng, and we have two changes lined up. Wanyama replaces Kipchumba.
For Kipchumba.
And Lemoy comes in for Zeki Ochieng. Edward Kibet goes to serve. Nicely picked by Dennis Omolo.
Not the best of sets.
Not the best of sets, yes.
But Owala
the
does
best
deliver.
Conversion there from KPA's Chris Owala.
Wanyama with that jump serve.
Featured for Kenya Army severally. It's not the best either, but Ekunoit goes in hard. James Ontere is not having it. It's wondering why. Look at that in replay. In fact, Elijah Bosire did not attempt
that ball to be attacked.
So it's 1 point adrift, KPA.
Well picked.
Wala goes in high, and Wechuli on the other end sort of just helps in sending that ball away.
Wala back to the service court.
By set number 3 in this last semi-final to determine who will join Trailblazers in the finals.
Again.
There is a net touch by Nick Kimtai.
I think that reception was too quick.
The reception was too quick.
He was really
extremely
trying to attack it before it gets to the
and
net.
Timeout.
You can imagine if Brian Kamonde was on that center position when that happened. Luckily, he wasn't.
Very quick
disastrous
finish.
It would have been
timeout by
disastrous.
Kenya Defense Forces. Let's listen in to the coach. Coach Aliwa has a different face now.
He was smiling in the beginning.
He was smiling at the beginning of this set.
Whether he'll maintain that smile. But the margins are
Ontere
not
as
so
well
bad.
is wearing that stern look as he converses there with the assistant coach.
And it really is upon Chris Owala to make sure that he delivers.
Kenya Defense Forces bench, there are 3 players and there's no yellow card being issued.
Again,
you wonder
it only goes to
what
show
happened
that
there. Oh, that is
block.
A beautiful block. One-man block against Mark there by Lemoy of KPA. Are we getting a slow-mo for that?
Hopefully so. It's a beautiful point.
Getting
is it a 3-man block? Not sure about
change,
it.
double change there. Nick Kimtai steps out. He's replaced on court by Kimtai Elvis. And then Stephen Otieno comes in to replace Collins Muya. Chris Owala still at the service. Got 2 points shy.
And a good serve. Thankfully so.
Not the best pick again.
Out of play.
Was way out of court thanks to
and the set point mark
there
for KPA.
Who expresses his frustration.
The timeout.
Face in his hand. Coach Aliwa
the end of
seems to
the
have
second set really looked promising.
Actually, the timeouts are over. If you may.
That is the last one for.
Or is it the last one?
For KDF, yes.
No, they are supposed to actually go back on court because the timeouts are over.
Both teams, it wasn't.
Timeouts are over.
And it goes to show how.
I think also as far as officiating is concerned, the team Kenya Defense Forces have been penalized. It's a yellow card.
For asking for that timeout. And again, why would the referee come to think of it,
offered it
if indeed they knew that they were over?
Again,
it leaves a lot to be desired about.
I think one of the comments that had been made by the coach, Kenya
officiating,
was that there is an issue with the officiation of this tournament. We've just seen that in play.
Chris Owala, will he deliver this set to Kenya Ports Authority?
It is a beautiful. And Dennis Omolo finishes it up. 25-19. It's the lowest we've seen.
Indeed, it is
so
the
far.
lowest we've seen.
But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the second set. The third set. And it has gone to KPA. So KPA have 2 sets. KDF 1. Set scores 25-22 for the first set, 26-24 second set, and 25-19 for the third set.
Well, we wait to see whether KDF will pick this set. In that case, it will be a case of one side of the court being the lucky side and the other side being not so lucky.
I don't think we will see that, because what we are seeing rather is probably indecision on the side of the coaches with the changes they are making. And now the errors that we've continued to see on either side, but mostly for this set, on the Kenya Defense Forces side. But yeah, as we wait for the fourth set, Coach Ali were there
seeking guidance.
I think, from
a former player of the team, actually, and an international player.
Interesting.
Philip Mayo, who was featured for top clubs in the world.
And look at
he
the
has
bench
since
there.
retired.
It's a very solid bench, if you ask me.
It is.
KDF,
They have
and
more
just the
options.
players. Even the ones on court are really good, but the challenge there has been even the libero, Samoe, has not been able to convert. And the fact that we are missing Pastor,
who is away on training,
Kelvin Omuse.
Omuse, yes.
I think those gaps are glaring.
They're really feeling their absence in this match. But if you ask me, they had really contained this game. They had really played well. They have been receiving. I think that those changes that you've mentioned really affected the momentum and the gelling of the team that eventually cost them this set.
Kenya
we wait to see.
It's Kenya Commercial Bank, and they're having that conversation there. KCB women team may have, of course, qualified for the finals of this particular tournament. Again, we are seeing James Ontere there having a conversation with his team as they launch off for the fourth set. Will it be the final set for KPA? All will...
Considering the comebacks that we've been experiencing here, we are yet to see, or rather, let's leave it to
Yes, this will be decided over that white tape in the middle there. Ekunoit readies himself to serve off this fourth set. And if you notice, Kenya Ports Authority have maintained the team that sort of finished the third set, maintaining Wanyama and Lemoy on court.
Like they say, you never change
a winning lineup. And if, considering we haven't seen Doita on court, also goes to show that the youngsters are coming up really well.
They're stepping up. And maybe it's time for the likes of Doita also stepping on to
Ekunoit with that service, and Dennis Omolo finishes it off.
Stop a ball in that attack.
Edward Kibet made no attempt. There's a very bright smile across the face of Dennis Omolo there. Elijah Bosire, that tricky service. And Kamonde stops Mark there. A solid block.
A solid block by Kamonde
I think
there.
One of the reasons why, actually the main reason why he is called up
in the
national team. Ekunoit picks it. And is there an issue there? Yes, there is. Dennis Omolo went
to
prevent that hit across along the line, leaving the diagonal open for Edward Kibet to take advantage of. Mark serves it. Chris Owala picks it. Goes in rather... Well, what happened there? They were expecting that there was a touch on
or
that
even
one.
A net touch.
That
because
is actually funny because...
in every sense of the word.
I don't think he actually hit it well. I think it sort of hit his fingers or something because of the way that ball was flying.
That ball was set, yes.
Elvis Kimtai, donning jersey number 15 for Kenya Ports Authority.
Olomolo goes on to serve. KPA at 3, KDF 1.
This one is a decider set.
It is a decider set.
Omolo, now that is more like what we've gotten used to seeing. Kamonde sort of turned a bit, and that proved to have been costly. James Ontere there. Look at that. Edward Kibet beating Kamonde this time round.
Well,
nicely
not the best
pocket.
picks,
Not the best
but he
pick, but
delivers.
oh well, he does deliver.
That it's only right that he would, because
He's
that
complaining today.
reception wasn't the
Owala
best.
been complaining about how the setting has been.
Forgetting that the reception wasn't as good.
Well, he's been able to
again,
and
the
does
setter
he
choosing
hit
to
it? Edward
capitalize
Kibet. Oh yes, he does.
On Edward
Look
Kibet's.
at that.
And really,
Straight
Edward's
down the
attacks have not been stopped so far. Maybe one or two.
Yes.
So I would give it an 80% effectiveness.
There's one guy to watch.
Lemoy.
Oh, Lemoy beating that guy Wechule. And I almost said that there would be an immediate change.
After that attack?
Yes, there we go. Because I think that middle area hasn't been functioning for Coach Aliwa. And we've seen this constant change between Josephat Karanja and Wechuli there.
The coach is really, really angry.
Wanyama. Kim Tai picks it, Elvis. Oh, yes, he does beat Bosire and Lemoy. That block was not closely knit. Is what Coach Ontere is telling them. Karanja with the service. Omolo picks it. Is it? It's Chris Owala. Karanja. Oh, it is going to be an easy one. And they will regret it because Lemoy is not taking chances. Cheruyot Mark again. Look at that in slow-mo. Lemoy beating Mark.
He basically
Cheruyot there.
picked it and asked for it and like, give it to me.
Yep.
And there we have it.
Chris Owala
the service.
What might be the seventh.
Again, an attempt at saving it.
Oh,
it's
yes.
Blocked. Well saved again.
Well saved there by Kim Tai.
It's a simple finish. Will it be a replica
Cheruyot.
of the center? No.
Owala. Oh, yes,
Molo.
there is a net. There is a net touch.
Molo with so much power behind that ball.
Is absolutely more power in that than what we've seen in the previous attacks by Dennis Omolo.
Absolutely.
And Chris Owala continues to serve. Such a powerful serve.
Owala.
And
that
nice
almost
block,
proving
but
to be risky.
it goes out of court.
And it's a 4-point lead for KPA.
Kibet, Ekonoit again, was not able to convert. And Coach Aliwa, look at what he's asking. What's happening, gentlemen? What is this? What are we playing? And I can almost bet that Stephen Otieno would be coming back on court.
Indeed, he really did well in splitting those blocks, giving
every individual side, of course, every coach asking those tough questions, but I bet they are tougher on the KDF side.
He is an angry man, asking them to go back and do better, really, because we have witnessed a lot of careless mistakes with that hit out of court.
Certainly, those would have been avoidable mistakes. Chris Owala goes to serve. That ball goes out of court. Serve is there by Chris Owala. Kim Tai, Nick with that service. It is Dennis Omolo. Are they able to retrieve it? No. Well, at least they are not able to. There is no injury there, but they go way off court to be able to. Salvage that.
Lemoy goes on to serve for KPA. It's a simple jump float serve. Again, that attack
go across.
Not quite sufficient. Again,
I think there's an overreach
really?
there.
It's not.
But the first referee thinks otherwise.
And
3
there seems
points
to be
between the two
another
teams.
change looming.
Ekunoit with that service, and it is Omolo who beats Edward Kibet. Dennis Omolo. A beautiful, beautiful attack.
Elijah Bosire goes on to serve for KPA. Simple serve.
Simple service there. Elvis Kibet
again
is not
attempting
able
to do
is
a
not
replica
able
of
to
what happened.
Actually,
That challenge of the
oh
ball
yeah, that
resting
challenge.
too much.
Another change. Elvis Kimtai there steps out. He is replaced on court.
Bosire with that serve again.
By Masharia Moses.
Going to be the opposite. And it's a point for KDF.
Actually, I think it lands on court. Dennis Omolo, but goes out of court.
Well, KPA
It
is
is
still enjoying
Mark
a comfortable
Cheruyot
lead of 4 points.
with the service.
Owala picks it. Bosire, Kamonde. Not so effective.
Who will set
it?
Who will attack it now?
Simple finish.
Dennis Omolo
Bosire
goes for it.
It's opposite.
Oh, yes.
Omolo
He
once
does
again.
it. Dennis Omolo with a service. That is a solid 5-point lead for the Kenya Ports Authority side. And Dennis Omolo is having a conversation with his coach.
I think
James
should they
Ontere.
maintain this lead, they are
And
well
this
in position to take this match.
Will be the end of the match.
Really.
And they will join Trailblazers.
And this is actually the longest gap, or rather the biggest gap we've seen in this match. Both teams testing the waters in the first set.
The challenge with having such a gap is being able to maintain it.
Yes, because
like
you're
we have seen
constantly...
it's 1 point less now because of that service out of court.
A simple float serve.
Edward, and it's not picked, not the best pick for Chris Owala, who again sends it out flying. Now he will not have a point of complaining.
Definitely won't. You want to have the best receptions if you're to get the best of sets.
Another reduction in that gap. Edward Kibet serving it out of court.
Kenya Ports
the
Authority was rather worried that it might be on court due to the
coach
speed of that service.
Almost asking what
Brian Kamonde with that jump float,
signature
easily
service. It is Moses who is not able to finish that. I
Really
think because he's not been able to play at any point in this
Indeed,
match.
he's really trying to
So
warm up into the game.
He's trying to
And it's still Kamonde at the service area.
somewhere again, not able to
Well
be
set. Again,
that
doesn't
ball
cross.
does not cross.
According to the referee,
Ball
I'm
does not
seeing
cross
it.
the net.
Ooh,
Exactly.
Goes to KPA.
The referee confirms that it sort of hits outside of that antenna.
And it's 59 in favor of KPA. The coach.
Brian Kamonde again. Another signature service. Samoe
Well
picks
picked.
it. And
Again.
Josephat Karanja finishes it off, catching Dennis Omolo off guard. The referee
calling the libero, who is also the playing captain. Really wanting to...
They are having a conversation there, Samoe and the first referee.
There's a lot of emotions in this match.
Understandably so.
It is
Kinyanjui there,
expected.
Moses being dared to perform that jump serve. He does a spin.
Bosire, Owala.
Owala, Samoe.
Samoe does well to retrieve.
And Omolo is too slow. It's too slow to pick it. Back to down to 4 scores.
Down to 4 scores, formerly 6 scores.
See how they are able to, if they are able to catch up.
Bridge that gap. Really will boost their morale.
Moses again. This time around, he's able to receive it well.
There's a net touch.
And Ekunoit lands fair and square on the net.
It only goes to show that if Omolo has hit that ball on the line, it would have easily been blocked. He would have actually landed before the ball. That was how effective that block would have been.
They are going for another jump service. I think James Ontere is having a conversation with him. Wanyama with that service. Yes, it is on court.
Well
Samuel picks it nicely.
Still
it is still in play. Who is
Sam
it?
Juma.
Wanyama.
Omolo.
Oh, yes. He
hits well
hits
picked
it nice.
again. Who will it be?
Ekunoit.
The best of
Nicely picked by Sam Juma. Wanyama again.
Wanyama.
Oh, yes, he
Beautiful
does.
hit
And
by
this time
Wanyama.
around,
And the first in the backcourt area.
Moses Kinyanjui could not pick it up. Will there be a change?
There seems
Maybe not.
to be a timeout.
The change is a timeout. Coach Aliwa, his face in his hand. Just uncertain about what to do with his team at this point in time.
Well, basically everything he has been trying to do isn't
Because at
bearing
any
any
point
fruits.
now, if this gap continues to widen, then they will miss the final. And this particular point will be their stage where they alight.
Basically, KPA not seeming to let go of...
and if things stay as they are, Trailblazers will be playing Kenya Ports Authority.
In the finals.
All the timeouts done for KDF. And so if there's any other problem towards the end of this, then
And
there is
KPA
no more.
having not used any of theirs.
Exactly.
Really, in this set. Clearly, they don't need
Two
them.
substitutions
If you look at
for
the
KDF as well. Wanyama
subs it out.
Serves it out of court. I think it's a good thing that he's now playing for KPA, and I hope it's not just for this tournament.
He has signed with them in this season.
That is nice.
So you're not seeing them
Owala.
going anywhere. There's a net touch once
There's a
again.
net touch again by Ekunoit.
And you really don't want such mistakes
Coach Aliwa
in this level of the match.
is obviously disappointed by the performance of his team.
Voila, it goes out.
Goes out of play.
KPA still
I
in
thought
the
it was
lead.
17-11.
I think that additional
18.
point gave them 18.
Should be 18-12.
And with that additional point to the serve outside, should be 13.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
18-13, 5 point
Another
lead.
5 points there in favor. A 5-point lead for Kenya Ports. Nick Kimtai. Oh, they have made a change
again
to bring in
Doita.
I thought they would have brought in someone who's played a bit.
I think
we are just
banking
seeing a
on
similarity
experience.
with what happened with Moses Kinyanjui. He hasn't played anything.
And the
thus far.
server seems to understand that.
And Molo is stopped. They are going to get him back on court. Now it's 3 points.
3-point lead.
Nick Kimtai being consistent with his service towards Doita. They have been consistent with that. And there is an error there. Coach Aliwa.
Furious.
Obvious.
And rightfully so. You cannot afford to make such a
frustration
mistake at that stage.
4 points.
Mika Lemoy goes on to serve for KPA.
It's a
simple
float
float serve. Or will it be definitely?
Oh, it is in play. And
Thoita
Gets
trying
to
on
Thoita there.
Ivan to pick it.
Nick Kimtai again. Nick
Coming into
Kibet
play.
rather. Playing that ball down straight that line. Thoita again. He should have just stayed out of this one. Thoita.
They're really capitalizing on the fact that he just got on
in,
court.
yes.
Because every other player there has basically warmed up.
Chris Owala was doing really well. There was no need actually to make that change.
It wasn't, I think
But
he was
it
trying
is
to...
in the spirit of allowing everyone to...
I think he was really trying to cover up the backcourt position with the attacks from...
quite a simple placement. The Gamonde is being shown there how he should have done that.
Another change.
Making another change.
Probably
Kenya
bringing on
Defence Forces. Mark Cheruiyot stepping out. And he's being replaced by
jersey number 11,
Anthony Chimanyi.
Will it be? Has to be Omolo.
Such a hit, such a powerful hit by Omolo there. Let's look at that replay. Oh, there is actually a change. They are bringing back Chris Owala. Replace the experienced Thoita. Omolo goes for that jump. Oh, the reception is terrible. Again,
that was
thanks
unexpected.
to Econoid, it's going
Sam
to come
Juma,
back hard.
Bosire.
Oh yes, I think the libero had started running away.
You would run away, like look at it. There was literally no
libero
blocks on the net.
Was directly under the line of fire, in the line of fire there. And he decided he was going to be out of that line. Oh yes,
There it
Josephat
is.
Karanja playing really well there. A very quick ball there, beating Chris Owala and Brian Kamonde. It is 4 points.
4
KDF
points.
18, KPA 22. Who is it going to be? Wanyama, who is
not
stopped
quite
again
sufficient.
by Josephat Karanja. Going to make changes in the setting department. KDF, the fourth substitution.
Aliwa is really
replacing
making sure that he exhausts all possible avenues
Kimtai
in a way
with
that
Gregory.
he will win this set.
Oh, that was almost,
Will he save
almost gone.
Again, easily picked, easily set.
The ball comes
Doesn't
back
go
to him
out.
and goes way out.
The three-man block. And the trajectory of that ball made it difficult to execute that attack. Another substitution.
Another sub by Kenya.
The fifth in this set.
Kenya Defence Forces making that 5 and final.
Indeed. And basically they have nothing to lose.
The coach is notified that
those were
all his substitutions are over. KP have just done 2. And they haven't used their timeout yet. Kamonde serves it out of court for reasons only known to him.
Well, maybe
Bringing the
overconfident. If you look at the scores.
Opponent
23-20.
3 points shy.
And if they decide to play a 1-for-1 kind of game, I think they are well in.
They are going to risk it, and we have seen what happens when you risk it.
Indeed.
Nicely picked. Nicely
Will it
served.
be?
It is still in play. That was a lousy attack there. There's no one there to pick
confirms
it. And that signature celebration by Chris Owala, just pointing towards the direction of service. Set point for Kenya Ports Authority.
24.
And 20
KDF for
for
half 20.
KDF.
And that
They
change
make a
again.
change.
Jeffrey comes in
The
place.
third change by Kenya Ports Authority.
Let's hope it's not a case of overconfidence that will cost them in the end.
Well, that
Wanyama.
service is problematic.
There
I
we
saw
go.
that from the way he sort of tossed that ball.
It's like
and with all that power, Lemoy must be feeling it.
Definitely
At the back of his head. Wanyama there. Easy pick. Lemoy is
over.
The one who finishes it.
Some excitement
And,
from Chris
as we get
Owala
ready
there.
For the interviews there, at least we are certain that Kenya Ports Authority will be
have made
facing
it to the
Trailblazers
finals.
At the finals. Over to you, Flo.
Well, hearty congratulations to all the finalists today. Kenya Pipeline Company, Kenya Commercial Bank, Trailblazers volleyball team, and just now, Kenya Ports Authority. It's promising to be a really, really exciting day tomorrow, as we are going to be here to witness the finalists battling it out to clinch this title, the inaugural of its kind. And hoping that all of you will make time to join us and experience this beautiful, beautiful game that is volleyball. There we have it, the Kenya Ports Authority players celebrating their win, really feeling good about their performance. They had stumbled at one point and conceded a set to KDF, who are also worthy opponents. But as it turned out, they were able to secure that victory and secure a position into the finals. We will be joining Emmanuel Egon shortly with the interviews of captains for both teams and also the coaches, and listen in on what they feel and what are their expectations tomorrow as they prepare to play the finals. A lot of surprises today in the semi-finals, especially the match between General Service Unit and the Trailblazers volleyball team, whereby TVC ran away with that win and managed to beat, I think, the former defending champions in the Kenya Volleyball Federation National League, the General Service volleyball team.
Hatuna interviews bado hawajaletwa. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been such a beautiful, beautiful performance from the two teams, Kenya Ports Authority and Kenya Defence Forces. But of course, Kenya Ports Authority are the ones who loved last. And it's a 3-1 win against Kenya Defence Forces, effectively meaning that Kenya Ports Authority are going to be joining Trailblazers Volleyball Club tomorrow for the finals. If you thought you have seen any action, then you are wrong, because tomorrow in the finals we are going to see such an exhilarating performance from the two sides, Kenya Ports Authority and Trailblazers Volleyball Club. We are going to be joined here by the captain of Kenya Ports Authority, Dennis Omolo, to get just a feel of what it feels for them to be in this particular sport. So yes, Dennis Omolo here from Kenya Ports Authority. How are you? Just move closer. How does it feel having won this match from just the way the game was going?
Yeah, we are very happy. KDF was a tough side, but we struggled to win. And we are very happy, and we are ready to clinch this trophy. Yeah.
On the other side of this tournament that is going on, Trailblazers were able to snatch that from that victory from GSU, and effectively you are going to be facing them tomorrow. What do you think would set you apart from them to give you that victory that you are talking about?
Yeah, yesterday while we were playing against Blazers, we knew they were a better team, and today we knew that they would challenge GSU, and they have done it. So we have to prepare, because beating a team twice is not an easy job. So we are going to psych up ourselves, and we know it's not going to be easy, but we believe in ourselves that we are going to win. Yes.
Right. Congratulations, Dennis Omolo. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow in the finals. We have the captain of the Kenya Defence Forces as well, Anthony Chimanyi, who is going also to have a conversation with us here. It is the captain, Kenya Defence Forces. Karibu sana, Anthony Chimanyi. How do you feel at this particular point?
It's a disappointment to us. First of all, tulikuwa tumetegemea hatungecheza hivi, so it's a disappointment to us. So going forward tutaenda turekebishe makosa yetu, tu rectify mali tumekosea. Unajua pia KPA ni timu nzuri, kama tukiwa kwa league walikuwa wametupiga, so I guess walirekebisha mahali walifanya makosa. So now wacha pia sisi tuende turekebishe makosa yetu, na imekuwa game mzuri tu, so ni luck tu.
Na ni mambo yapi ambayo mnaweza kuchukua hapa kama lessons ambazo zimeweza kuwafanya kwa mfano maybe mkose kushinda hii game ambayo mtaendelea kuifanyia kazi mnapojiandaa kwa mechi inayofuata ya league?
Okay, ukiangalia kama backcourt yetu kidogo, backcourt defense yetu ilikuwa kidogo chini kulingana na game vile KPA wametuonyesha. Wao walikuwa wana backcourt defense mzuri, alafu blocks pia wamejaribu, though pia sisi tulikuwa juu blocks, lakini pia kuna makosa kama net touching ambazo zimetucost, unaona, alafu pia moral kidogo, but I guess tutaenda kuwork on hizo vitu kama hizo net touch, backcourt defense, blocks. Actually hizo ndo muhimu kwa volleyball, so I think hapo ndo makosa yetu na tumelearn lesson kulingana na hii game.
Asante sana. Anthony Chimanyi ndiye captain wa Kenya Defence Forces, timu ambayo imeweza kushindwa kwenye mechi hii, ila tunaenda sasa kuzungumza na coach, anaitwa Coach Aliwa. Welcome. And you have, even watching your face throughout this game, there's a lot of emotion. You couldn't hide how you felt as the game proceeded. How are you feeling that you couldn't manage to proceed to the next level?
Yeah, when we came for this tournament, we wanted to reach the finals and win it, but it's unfortunate that KPA are better than us today. They have played very well, so I congratulate them. Today they have played a lot of good backcourt defense, good services. I think that's where the difference came. I think now we have a lot of things to go and learn and improve on our next matches.
Coach, you have a very young and promising team, and we've seen individuals who've played exemplary well. What are these things that you would call lessons for you that you are going to take forward and implement as you prepare for the next league leg?
Like you find we serve very well. Now when the chance ball of the easy ball come to our side, we don't have the composure to execute our attack very well. So that composure is what we're going to improve on, being that some of them are still very young players, so they still have that confidence to play very well. So we are trying to instill on them how to play the backward defense more so. Our backward defense, when we play backward defense, we are very fast in doing in executing it. So we need to know how to do our things simpler and easier.
Thank you very much, Coach, and all the best in your future endeavors. Asante sana. That is Coach Aliwa talking about, the shortfalls ambazo timu yake ilikuwa nayo katika kucheza huu mchezo, na tunakwenda pia kuweza kufanya mazungumzo na kocha wa timu ya Bandari, timu ya Kenya Ports Authority ambayo ndio imeweza kushinda semi-finali hii, na wataweza kukutana na Trailblazers kesho. Anaitwa James Ontere rather. Congratulations, Mwanzo, for winning this. How do you feel?
I'm really impressed with my boys, the way they played. That all came about because of the organization, that is Kenya Ports Authority. We had a very good training, and at the end of it, it has results. We won, and we are very grateful, and the boys really played well, and I thank them so much for that.
So, Coach, you are going to meet a team that you played yesterday, Trailblazers Volleyball Club, who've been able to, clinch victory off of General Service Unit. What are you going to do differently tomorrow, considering that they've gotten to the finals? They are not going to, give it away easily.
In this match, volleyball, you don't just win or you cannot beat somebody twice. It is very hard, but I believe my boys will be psyched up, and they are going to face the game, not because we beat them the last time that we are going to beat them, but we are going to put an extra effort to make sure that we tame them down. Then we eventually have a win for that.
Right, asante sana coach, and see you tomorrow in the finals. You heard it. That is what he said. The finals tomorrow are going to be for the women's side. We have Kenya Commercial Bank against the host of this tournament, Kenya Pipeline Company. And for the men's side, Kenya Ports Authority will face Trailblazers Volleyball Club. There's going to be a lot of action here, and we invite you to be able to watch this action live if you're able to, in person here at the Nyayo International Stadium, Kasarani. Or if that is not the case, we got you covered, because we are going to be projecting all that or streaming that live from here, from Kasarani here on HBTV and also on Homeboys YouTube channel. My name has been Emmanuel Yegon, and my fellow commentator on the commentating desk, Florence Bosire, na tungependa kusema asanteni sana, tuweze kuonana kesho majaliwa.